Good evening. It's 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, December 17th, 2025, and this regular meeting of the Sandpoint City Council is now called to order in council chambers at City Hall, 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I'm Mayor Jeremy Grimm presiding. Also present are City Council President Deb Rule, Councilors Joe Espiro, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, and Rick Howarth. Councilor Justin Dick is absent this evening. Under the city's adopted Code of Ethics and Civility, as the presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement in the room this evening. Tonight, we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn. Thanks, Corey. If everyone will please stand, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For members of the public in attendance, if you wish to speak during this evening's public hearing or during the general public comment portion of the meeting, please complete a comment sign-up form and hand it to staff at the back table. Please note that our general comment time following announcements and reports will be the only opportunity for public comment regarding new and old business and consent calendar items or other general matters not on the agenda and that are pertinent to the business of the city of Sandpoint. If you wish to provide testimony during the public hearing, please note as much on your sign-up form and wait until the hearing has begun and been open to provide your comments. At this time, I am pleased to announce Jonathan Wheatley and Kelly Packard from the Association of Idaho Cities, who graciously gave their time and offered to provide a presentation for us on governmental roles, responsibilities, and updates from Boise, and any questions we may have. Jonathan and Kelly, thank you so much for coming tonight, and the floor is yours for this presentation. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Mayor Grimm. Can everybody hear me all right before I get started? Don't want to get halfway into this thing and then hear that the audio is not great.
We can hear and see you very well, Jonathan. Thank you. And Kelly, we can see you, but you are on mute, but thanks for joining us tonight.
Perfect. Well, my name is Jonathan Wheatley, as Mayor Grimm introduced. I'm the Deputy Director here at the Association of Idaho Cities. I'm also an attorney licensed here in Idaho. Spent a few years practicing at one of the bigger law firms, and then now have the pleasure of coming over and helping AIC with everything policy and legal related, and then just the other duties as required, general fire putter outer type role. So it's been a whirlwind and a lot of fun. I'm a fifth generation Idahoan, and my wife, she's actually from Sandpoint, so I make it up there somewhat regularly. It's a beautiful area, and I love to spend time up there. I'm gonna jump in and just start sharing my screen. I've got a presentation this evening. We're mainly going to be going over roles and responsibilities of city government. There's a lot that we can cover here, and I was telling Mayor Graham I can spend quite a bit of time talking about this. So I'm going to try to go through a few slides relatively quickly so that we can answer questions or have a discussion if need be. But if you have any questions as I'm going, feel free to just speak up and ask, and we can address things then. Or if you'd like to hold them to the end, we can also hopefully have a little bit of time to address things towards the end as well. All right. Let's see. Can you all see the presentation okay? It says it's sharing on my side, so.
Looks wonderful. Thanks, Jonathan.
Perfect. Okay, so before I start, I always want to highlight that we have a lot of really great tools on our website. I like to take a teach a man to fish approach. So some of the tabs that you're going to generally want to look for would be the city governance tab, mayor and council, newly elected, nature and powers and liabilities. And so all of these can be found if you just come here to our general landing page and you sign in, you click on resources, and then you're going to have this list once you click on trainings underneath that resources tab of all these different areas that you can find this information. Most of these are pretty comprehensive manuals with direct citations to Idaho Code, Idaho Constitution, case law, and then just general best practices. And it's been put together over basically the lifetime of AIC and is constantly updated to reflect the current law, legal changes, and then just general best practices. So cities themselves have power, and that power is derived from the Idaho Constitution. I'm not going to get super far into this because there's a lot that can come into city power, but know that the power of cities is vested within the city, starting at the constitutional level. And it gives you police power, sanitary power, and then you're able to create regulations that are not in conflict with your own charter or with the general laws of the state. So you're able to create laws through ordinance in all of those areas. You also have additional powers vested within the city from Idaho Code, general welfare powers, confinement of individuals, annexation, borrowing money, eminent domain. A lot of these have the legislative function, meaning that the city council needs to act in order to implement these powers, but that's generally where you can find them. Now, there's a concept known as preemption. We don't have to get heavily into that. Just know that there are areas of code or areas of law where the state itself has expressly said you cannot regulate within these areas. So, for example, you cannot create any sort of ordinance that would regulate obscene materials or conduct or regulate the sale or marketing of tobacco. That's expressly prohibited within Idaho code. There are a list of these. This is not an exhaustive list, but just a few that no matter what you do, Idaho code says you cannot regulate these. Then there's the concept of implied preemption, and that basically says that the state, and this is usually upon judicial review, intended to occupy the entire area of law, even if the law doesn't specifically mention that. So one area would be hazardous waste removal, hauling, those types of things. The Public Utility Commission, essentially, the state has intended to fully occupy that area of law, limiting a city's ability to regulate in that specific area. It's also important to note the difference between taxes and fees. Other than property taxes, cities don't have the power to establish taxes. So you can impose fees for basically paying for the cost of enforcement and for taking care of certain things, but they can't be just a general tax. Now, I know we're going kind of fast, so feel free to stop. Liability is another area that I think is really important to just at least quickly touch on. And both from a city level and an individual level when you're acting in your official capacity. Now, as I understand it, there might be a couple council elects in the audience. This is one area where, when we're doing newly elected trainings, we often get asked if there's protection and what you're able to do within your purview of your role without running into legal issues. And just know that the city itself could be subject to a lawsuit and could be liable for damages for the negligent acts of its employees and those acting within the scope and course of their duties when acting on behalf of the city. You're always going to want to talk to your attorney when something like this comes up because they're going to be the ones that help you navigate through that. But when it comes to you and your personal role and what you're doing, and for any employees that are there in the audience, basically the Idaho Code provides for specific indemnification where the city is required to defend you as long as you're staying within your lane and acting within your roles and not going outside the roles and your scope of what you should be doing for your job. So obviously things like sexual misconduct, criminal intent, malice, those types of things are not going to be covered and protected by the city, but you just acting in your general day-to-day role and staying within your lane is going to mean that you do have that protection and you are afforded that protection. So quickly getting into the roles of mayor versus council. And then the judicial branch obviously plays a role, but a little bit less in terms of cities, as far as you don't see the courts acting day to day within your city council meetings. You might see the impacts of decisions that are made, but it's very similar to what we see at the state level and at the federal level. You've got your three branches. The executive branch lies within the mayor, the legislative branch lies within the council, and then the judicial branch is obviously the courts. Now, because city government is a little bit smaller, there's a little bit more overlap between some of the roles where The mayor is able to exercise some legislative functions, and the council might have some executive type functions as well. So there are some checks and balances, and that's obviously to keep everything running and moving smoothly. So there roles of the mayor, sorry, I should have brought some water in here before I came, are pretty vast, and they extend mostly and mainly to the day-to-day operations. The mayor essentially acts as the chief administrative official and manages the day-to-day operations of the city. Mayor also gets to determine the priorities, and this is subject to the city council's budget decision. So there's that check on that, the mayor's power and how those two interoperate. But at the same time, the budget decisions and the budget that's adopted, that's just set as a ceiling for the mayor. The mayor has authority to spend less. The mayor could, as long as the mayor is working within that adopted budget, then the mayor has the power to do that. Mayor is also the one that is responsible for implementing the choices that are made by the council and basically executing them, whether that's through um, coordinating the police force or helping identify how to offer the services, those types of things. Basically, just coordinating all of the administrative functions. And then the mayor has the authority to break ties in most cases. There are certain roles where certain votes where the mayor is required to is unable to break a tie, and half plus one of the city council is required to pass certain acts. For example, appointment of officials, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as we're getting on. So all of those powers that I mentioned, or at least some of them, I've highlighted them and where they come from Idaho Code. Obviously, like I said, mayor acts as the chief administrating officer, gets to preside over meetings, set the agenda. This can all be subject to certain rules and um, policies that are adopted by the council. But for example, personnel decisions, the mayor has control over personnel decisions, but that can also be subject to a personnel policy that is adopted by the city council. As I mentioned, the mayor is required statutorily to appoint these three positions, but there can be other positions that are also required by resolution to be appointed of positions, and that would have, again, more checks and balances. But these are the statutorily required positions that every city must have. And we'll talk a little bit more about appointing and getting through that process. So the city council's authority, that is more firmly within the legislative power. So the list of legislative powers is rather broad. I'm not going to drill into each one of these in depth, but obviously the city council is able to adopt ordinances which act as law. This is what regulates the broader community as a whole. On the other hand, you have resolutions which regulate city operations internally. So that's kind of the different functions between those two. There is the check on the mayor with the override of a mayoral veto. And then, of course, the majority can also call special council meetings. Like I said, the legislative power section is rather lengthy, so I won't read these for you verbatim, but all of these, if you do want to read more, can be found specifically within our all of our training materials. So other things that the city council does is adopt personnel, financial, investment, purchasing. So this is where more of those checks and balances come into place, just to overall the day-to-day operations can have some constraints and sideboards on them, but then the mayor gets to act within those sideboards and the purview of his administrative powers. City council also has fiscal powers, which is done through approving and adopting the budget. That's required to be done every single year. Once you get that all taken care of, you go through your public hearing, then you can adopt your appropriations ordinance. Again, this is something where the mayor is able to act within the confines of that budget. Can't go beyond that, but there is some purview there for how that budget is implemented in the day-to-day operations. One thing that we hear quite regularly is that we'll often have individual city council members that go and try to act as mayor and basically use their sole authority to try and run the show. And that's generally not advisable. One, for the liability reasons that I mentioned earlier. When you're acting outside of your lane, that's not within the scope of your powers, and you could be subject to liability, and you kind of lose that liability shield that would be there and established for you in code. So that's one thing that you definitely want to keep in mind. When it comes to making and enforcing laws, as I mentioned, ordinances are what you use for regulating the broader community, and they set the policy for the entire city. When you're doing that, they're subject to a roll call vote, and each counselor's vote has to be recorded individually. I'm sure you're all familiar with this, but for those that are new that are coming in, this should be just a good general training. Resolutions, on the other hand, like I mentioned, those can be things like your personnel policy that's going to outline, your non-discrimination. And if you're looking for these types of policies, I believe that you guys are a member of ICRIMP. For those that are new, ICRIMP is essentially the liability and property insurance carrier that many cities throughout the state use. It's set up and you would be a member. I believe Sandpoint is a member. They have sample policies on all of these things that you can take a look at. When it comes to budgeting, AIC does help with budgeting as a whole. So we, every single year, update our budgeting manual with the latest legislative changes. We usually try to get that out as soon as we reasonably can. Laws can be going into effect, and we might even still be in session. Hopefully not, but as late as April, and then it takes us a little bit of time to get everything up to date. But we typically try and get that out by the end of April, if not a little bit later than that. But just as a general reminder, October 1st to September 30th is the fiscal calendar for a city. And the drafting or the budget process looks something like this. Usually, city staff helps prepare the budget with guidance from the mayor. The city council then reviews the budget. They're the ultimate ones that get to make the vote and decide on how things ultimately pan out. You are required to publish the budget and have a public hearing on this budget so that the community has an opportunity to speak and be heard. Not every single type of meeting requires that you hold a public hearing, and a public hearing versus an open meeting. Public hearing, when I use that term, means that you're giving the public the opportunity to be heard. They can come up, provide testimony, where an open meeting doesn't necessarily have to have testimony, but your budget meeting is one where you are required to hear testimony from the community. Uh, Council then approves that, and then you have to get it published prior to the start of your new fiscal year budget. Now, paying bills is something that has to happen. Basically, cities will often adopt spending policies to kind of lay out how reoccurring payments will be handled, and then the mayor and treasurer sign off on the approved bills that the city council approves during their meetings. Now, the council also does have some responsibility for fiscal transparency and accountability. They are there, and again, they can adopt financial, investment, purchasing, credit card, and other financial related policies via resolution. They can establish those internal controls with those policies, and they can do other things like designate a specific bank or credit union as a depository, and then they are required to fund the city's financial audit. The treasurer is the one who takes those requirements and then goes and actually invests the funds. They work independently with the auditor, and then they provide monthly reports on city finances to the mayor and council. And then they're required to publish quarterly trainings as a legal notice in the newspaper or on the city's website. And as I mentioned, when it comes to personnel, it's a little bit different in the public sector. You've got broad protections that you need to sort of be aware of. And it's not just a matter of contract law like it would be within a private type setting. So before you take any sort of adverse employment action, again, as I mentioned, since I believe that you are an ICRIMP member, you're always going to want to be sure to reach out to them. And when I say an adverse employment action, by that I mean putting somebody on suspension, firing, basically anything that would make somebody say, hey, this doesn't feel good, demotion, cutting pay, those types of things. You're going to want to be sure to reach out to ICRIMP. If you do not, and you are subject to a lawsuit, there's a $20,000 deductible that your city has to pay. If you reach out to ICRIMP before you take that adverse action, then they will give you advice on how to navigate the situation. You don't necessarily have to follow that advice, but in the event that something does happen and you are sued, there isn't that $20,000 deductible. So it's always a good idea to check in with your insurance provider, talk to your city attorney because there are some nuances when it comes to personnel. And again, this is something that personnel and the management of personnel day in, day out is handled by the mayor. So an individual city council member does not want to go and try and fire a city employee. As crazy as that sounds, we hear that one relatively often where one city council tries to control the whole show. As I mentioned, there are those three statutorily required appointed positions. We'll go through them kind of quick, but when it comes to appointment and removal, so appointment of an individual, you must have majority confirmation of the full council. And um, for removal with the mayor, if the mayor wants to remove them, then basically you just have to have that same majority. An appointed officer could be removed by the council without the mayor's um, deciding to engage in that. But at that point, then the vote has to be unanimous. So, city clerk, they're the keeper of records. They're handling all the elections, notices, agendas, everything that kind of coordinates the meetings. They issue licenses, handle public records. They're the point of contact for public media. City treasurer, that's everything financial, as you can imagine. And then similarly, city attorney is everything legal. So you're going to want to make sure that you're staying in your lane, you're allowing for those individuals to fulfill their role. You're not dipping in too much into the other roles as you're going. Now, city council can also establish boards, do these by ordinance. There can also be temporary boards that can be established by the mayor, council, or both. And then there also, in addition to those, statutory boards, specifically P and Z and library boards that are established in state code, and there are specific rules for those that you just need to be aware of if you do have those. Just as a general reminder that when you are acting in your official capacity, there are certain bodies of law that do apply to you. So the Ethics in Government Act, Open Meeting Law, Public Records Act, Sunshine Act, all of these have different areas. Basically, do the right thing, don't accept bribes, all things that you would think shouldn't have to be in law, but nonetheless, we have them in there because somewhere down the line, somebody did something. So, Ethics in Government Act governs all political subdivisions, basically requires public disclosure before taking action, not applicable to uncompensated, but if you have any sort of conflict of interest, you need to make sure that you're disclosing those types of things when you're acting. Again, prohibits bribery. You can only accept gifts up to a certain amount. And there are fines and imprisonment and potential penalties if you don't follow these areas of code. Open meeting laws, I imagine you're probably relatively familiar with. You're required to post notice, agenda, have minutes, have a non-discriminatory place to meet. City council is usually one, or city hall is usually one that is used. Confidentiality is not generally allowed in open meetings. You're wanting to make sure that if you do have a specific confidential portion of your meeting, that you're doing it in executive session and that you're specifically following the procedures to go into executive session and that you're only discussing the topics that are statutorily covered in executive session. Otherwise, you risk running afoul of the open meeting laws. Um, Basically, you are required to have have those notices. We don't need to get super far into that. Agendas need to be posted in time. You can potentially amend agendas, but only with good faith amendments. And I would always recommend that you steer clear of amending an agenda if it's going to be any sort of action item. Um, you want to make sure that you're giving notice and basically being as transparent with the public as possible. Most issues can be decided just by a voice vote as you're going about your meeting, but a roll call vote is specifically needed for approving a contract, passing an ordinance, going into executive session, or by a request of any member. So you're free to just do voice vote. Many cities, though, do just have a practice of doing everything by roll call. Minutes is your way of keeping track of anything, and it's always a good idea to have really accurate minutes, not only so that people can go back and understand what you did, but it does also serve as a way to sort of protect yourself in the event that you ever get challenged on something and somebody says, "Oh no, the city council or P&Z, they just decided something in a way that was completely arbitrary." You can say, "No, we deliberated on this. We heard an hour of testimony. We talked about the issues back and forth. Here's the whole record of it." So having those minutes is a really important thing so that people know what you did and so that you can protect yourselves. Public record, because you are operating with taxpayer dollars, everything that you do when it comes to official city business is a matter of public record. Now, one thing I like to highlight is that um, public record includes writing. Now, a writing includes, but not limited to, handwriting, typewriting, photocopies, anything and everything, basically. So, as I read this, and I think pretty much every attorney would read this, texts, emails, and communications that are related to city business is still public record. And in my opinion, this applies even when that communication is done on a personal device or using a personal email address. So if somebody asks for it and they know it's there, you're probably it's going to be in your best interest to give it to them, even if it is on a personal device. So I would always try to make sure that you're having your correspondence about official city business through your official channels and just try to refrain from having communications elsewhere. Cities do a whole lot, some other just various duties, disaster preparedness, cybersecurity, and IT. And just another quick plug for some of our resources. We do have a disaster and emergency preparedness handbook, elections, housing. And I say that kind of in terms of proper planning. You're not going out and building houses. That's not a requirement of the city council or the mayor or the clerk. Sanitation, animal control, traffic and planning, historical preservation. These are all some roles that some cities have engaged in, but not applicable necessarily to every single city. And some just general best practices as we're wrapping up, some things to be aware of that we do see cities kind of fall into or certain elected officials. The concept of a serial meeting or walking quorum, that's where I talk to Council Member Smith, who talks to Council Member Thomas, who talks to Council Member Adams, and just so on down the road. At some point, you've basically completed the circle. And even though there was no meeting of a full body through the chain, you basically have created a quorum that can set yourself up for potential legal action. So it's always best, if you can, try to have your discussions that would be basically deliberating any sort of city business within your proper city council meeting in an open forum. You're going to want to make sure that you stick to the agenda to avoid your open meeting violations. You want to record your clear and action focused minutes, and you don't want to misuse executive session. There are a million more things that we could cover. Like I said, I usually do this presentation in an hour, if not a little bit longer. So I know that I went really, really fast, but those are some high points that we like to highlight. We are going to be doing a newly elected officials training in our spring district trainings, which will be in April of this coming year. During that, we'll go through and we'll give a budget update. We'll do a legislative update on everything that happens in the 2026 legislative session. And then we'll have a breakout session for all of the newly electeds to kind of drill down a little bit more on some of these issues just because it can be a little bit of a whirlwind, but we feel like it's a good idea to allow the newly electeds to come in, get a little bit of an idea as to what the city council meeting looks like, how that's ran, and then have them basically understand their role before they really start getting into the nuances. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. I see I'm a little bit over time already. Here's my contact information as well. If you want to just shoot me an email, I'm happy to respond there or to just chat on the phone if you ever want to give me a call. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and I'm happy to turn the floor back to you guys, answer questions, or let you decide how to proceed, Mayor Graham.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. Really appreciate you and Kelly briefing us. And at this point, does council have any questions for Jonathan or Kelly regarding AIC or any roles, responsibilities, or hot items in the state regarding cities or anything like that? You've left us speechless. Oh, Councilman Schreiber has taken the floor.
Thank you. I have one question about, I think one of your slides noted that council members can't direct members of city staff. And I'm curious what your thoughts are in terms of how council should go about drafting reasonable legislation without directing city staff to provide the information necessary to do so.
So there, sorry, I apologize to just jump in because I know when I'm down at the State House, we go through the chair. So Mayor Graham, I apologize.
You're fine, Jonathan, go for it.
Um, Generally the council is able to act as a body to work to make certain requests and say, hey, we want to better understand this area. Day-to-day management of city staff is done by the mayor, on the other hand. So if there's a project, if you're looking at expanding a road and want to learn of the impacts of that, obviously the council is going to say, hey, we want to look into this type of thing, and then it'll be the mayor's prerogative to figure out how that's done, allocating resources in order to accomplish those goals.
Excellent. So let's say we're considering a code change and a council member reaches out to a member of staff to ask a question that they feel is vital information for them to make a decision on that code change. That would be appropriate. That wouldn't be out of a council member's lane.
I Oh, Kelly's raising her hand.
If I may, technically, no, but most cities that run smoothly and that keep staff morale up, which most cities want to do because they're they're your bread and butter, right? They're what makes everything tick on a daily basis. Typically, those cities will go through the mayor and ask the mayor for that information and have the mayor gather that for you. Um, and that would be my recommendation. Many mayors, there have been times I've even heard in some cities where the mayors just make that a requirement, so that the staff isn't getting um, inappropriate requests or having their actions redirected from something that maybe is more important in the moment, where the mayor takes care of things on a day-to-day basis out of respect for that role and also the staff's usually overflowing plate. It is recommended to go through the mayor and ask for that information and have him gather that for the council.
Thank you. And if the mayor, say, refuses to provide that information or allow staff to provide that information, should the council, I don't know, budget for their own staff?
So the administrative role would still have those staff. I don't think there's really a mechanism within Idaho code where the council would be able to hire their own staff. That's not something that I've seen or encountered. It's they're all city staff at the end of the day, and you still have that structure in place where you are essentially operating as the legislative body and the mayor is acting as the executive body.
So I guess what I'm getting at here is, could a mayor preemptively veto a piece of legislation by not allowing staff to give the necessary information to council in order to enact that legislation?
I would say that it would be best if it was coming from a majority of the council, whether that's through resolution or some sort of act to look into that thing specifically. I would always try to push away from having any one single council member directing business. If you were to act as a body, then there's a little bit more room to navigate through that. But ultimately, the day-to-day operations and the administration of city staff is usually done through the mayor. And there is obviously within city councils and city governance, there's a smaller body of employees, and both the mayor has, some legislative functions, and the council has some functions that act in slightly different ways at the local level than we would see at the state and federal level. So there is a little bit more resources that are going back and forth, and you do have city staff that are there to try and help fulfill the goals of what the city council is trying to do, but usually that's done in conjunction with the mayor at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one more question about budgets. Your slide mentioned that budgets are prepared by staff with the advice of the mayor, but I was just looking at Idaho Code Title 50, Chapter 10, and it actually says city council shall, prior to passing the annual appropriation ordinance, prepare the budget estimating probable amounts of money, and to support each such proposed expenditure, the council shall prepare an estimate of the total revenue anticipated. So could you just, give us a brief explanation of the difference between the mayor advising the council and then this state code?
So ultimately, the council is the body that sets the budget. Usually, just running through the day-to-day operations, and especially in larger cities, there are a lot of moving pieces and a lot of information that's gathered to even begin to prepare the budget. So the mayor tries to set similar in the way that the governor has his budget priorities. The mayor can say, okay, I'm interested in these types of things, but ultimately it's city staff, usually department heads, that are bringing and gathering that data, and then the council has the final say on how that budget, obviously within the confines of what's allowed within state code, how to make that budget work.
And if I can just add to that, basically the the way the statute is written and then best practices have evolved is that, like Jonathan was saying, your staff and mayor is going to try to get together that initial budget for you, for the council then to review and say, yes, this aligns with the priorities and the projects and the other things that we've agreed on as a body over the years or over last year, or et cetera. However, this is where we'd like to change some things, or here's, they deliberate then on some of the details and actually decide at the end what it ends up looking like as a whole. So typically it's the mayor and staff bringing you the initial skeleton. You then deliberate, make sure it meets the decisions you've made over the last several months to years, and then you set the budget, and that's what the mayor works within.
And part of it too is a matter of practicality. And Kelly used the term skeleton budget. I was looking through the city of Meridians, and their budget, I believe, if I recall, was over 100 pages of materials and background information. And it's a pretty in-depth document, given that the city staff is usually managed and overseen by the mayor. That's where I get mayor kind of starts with that process by overseeing and working with staff to then bring that to you.
Thanks. And then, you mentioned that the council shouldn't be directing staff because they might have higher priorities that were identified by the mayor. If the mayor has identified higher priorities for staff, then to say, provide the information to support proposed expenditures with an estimate of total revenue or expenses, how would a council deal with that and fulfill their duty according to state law?
So are you saying that in the event that a mayor is not having the staff prepare the budget?
No, not at all. Just that, say the council has something that they would like to add to the budget or consider in the budget, and the mayor has staff working on other things, as you said. Maybe the mayor prioritizes other things above the council's budget proposals. How is the council supposed to fulfill this Idaho law?
Well, the council ultimately gets to decide on where the money falls in each one of those line items. So you would still be able to do that.
To prepare an estimate?
I mean, so you're asking the how the process typically works is that the estimates are, I guess I'm not following because you're saying that no, the staff isn't preparing the budget, but they would be. Are you talking about some sort of new, not already provided city service that you're looking at offering, or is it like, I guess I'm not following.
Yeah, perhaps. Just for the sake of argument, let's say it's a new service that we're considering.
I mean, for that, you could still adopt something. You could put your, educated, researched guess in there. You could have you would be working closely with council to or with the mayor and staff to basically come together with that. But ultimately, you are the decision maker when it comes to setting that.
I will add this too. Your deliberations and your decision making needs to happen in an open meeting. And so let's say, for example, the mayor brings the proposed budget to an initial meeting, and then you guys are going to dig into the details and maybe add things. Typically, a council will not fund something that's not already been passed by ordinance in your city, right? Like for a new meaning a new service. If we're going to start providing X, you typically got to agree as a council that yes, we are going to start providing that as a city, and then that would need to be included in that budget. Or if your budget was set and you needed to start that immediately, you would have to reopen your budget and have another budget hearing in order to include additional dollars for that new program.
And Kyle and everyone, this is Jeremy, Kelly and Jonathan. So let's say I bring forward the budget, work with departments, January, February, March. I bring the council a balanced budget based on, I guess, my elected, view and priorities. And we'll say trees. I know I'll just use trees as an example. You want, and maybe two of the council members want $100,000 going towards trees in the budget, but I don't include it. But I bring you a balanced budget. Once it's delivered to you, you then have workshops and have access to staff to say, hey, we really want $100,000 for trees. The mayor's put $100,000 into fiber optics. We want to move that 100,000 to trees. That's your prerogative, and that's the action you would take during those workshops and your ultimate final vote on the budget. So I think that's how you would deprioritize or change the budget that the mayor brings to the council.
Yeah, I get that. I guess my question was the state law requires that we support a proposed expenditure with an estimate. And let's say the mayor doesn't want us to have access to the city forester. How would we prepare such an estimate? Would it just be our own research on our own time with our own resources? Or how are we supposed to fulfill this if the mayor doesn't want us to prepare an estimate for an expenditure that they disagree with?
And I would just say it'd be my intent, once I deliver with Sarah and the departments a balanced budget, that very hour, the council can start calling for workshops and have all staff resources needed at those workshops to help you understand and prepare and evaluate and do estimates.
Correct.
Okay. And what if the priorities don't allow for that?
Oh, yeah, like if I said you can't, sorry, Forrester can't be here, he's off dealing with hazard trees today. Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, that would be,
Or if timing didn't allow for that.
Yeah, right.
If the budget was brought at such a time that there wasn't the ability to have workshops in between when it was first presented and when it had to be implemented by statute.
I mean, I would say if you had a mayor who was that obstinate and really like intentionally trying to block you from having resources that you need here to make that estimate, you would probably just have to estimate. But I can tell you, I will not do that in the next 2 years. Once I deliver.
And
Go ahead, Kelly.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I didn't know if you were done. I'm sorry. And I was going to say, and we typically don't see that. I mean, you're all duly elected, and in most cases, our councils and mayors learned how to work together and how to navigate the statutory requirements of each house, basically, right? The executive and legislative branch, and still meet the needs of the community and the goals that have been testified to by your public and so forth. So very rarely do we find a situation where council is refused completely the tools they need to build a budget. In fact, in the 6 years I've been at AIC, I've never seen that. Because it is statutory lined out that after the mayor brings that initial budget, that that's something that we train as far as our newly elected, that's done by a certain time frame in the year so that you can have all of the time that you need to workshop and take care of the council's questions and concerns and priorities as well, prior to then having that public hearing and final meeting where the budget's approved.
And what timeline do you recommend for that?
If you back into it, we typically are getting you the mayor and the staff in most cities is working on that the first quarter and part of the second quarter. But they aren't able to completely finalize it until we get you the state projections and any legislative changes that may impact how cities can operate, right? And that typically we try to get out by no later than the end of April. And then we recommend that, no, probably no later than June, first part of July, you're having that budget in front of the council so they can workshop in July and August, because you've got to have a hearing by the end of September and get those L2s into the state tax commission.
Perfect. Thank you. And could you just point me to the part of Idaho code that says that the mayor brings the budget to council? I can't seem to find that.
That would probably fall under, I believe it would be 5602, where it talks about the mayor acting as the chief administrative official. The language does read that the council prepares the budget, in the sense that, yes, you are the ones that ultimately adopt the budget. Practically speaking, that doesn't mean that you guys are going in an open meeting and assigning line by line how many dollars are going to be in each line item. Because of the day-to-day nature and the fact that most cities have pretty diverse groups, especially in slightly larger cities. You've got hundreds of employees that you could potentially be having provide reports in order to fill out this one budget. It's practically been handled where the mayor, working with the staff, creates the first round budget, not that the city council is starting their own budget creation and doing that in open meetings.
Thank you. You said that was Title 50-602.
I believe that would be the one. Let me double check. really quick. That's the, yeah, 5602 is one of the general mayor powers statutes, and it talks about the mayor power as the chief administration official.
The other thing that you need to be very mindful of, and another reason why the mayor typically works with staff and brings that to the full council, is because of your open meeting laws, right? Are you going to have one council member only that's talking with staff? Well, that's typically the mayor that does that on a daily basis. And so again, it's because of how the application of these things typically works, as Jonathan was saying, that you'll see best practices, the mayor bringing that initial balanced budget recommendation, kind of like in the legislature. The governor brings his priorities and financial recommendations with a balanced budget to JFAC, and then they deliberate on the things in open meetings and make changes where they feel that that's required and necessary.
And one thing that some cities do that are larger is they'll have council members focus on certain areas of the city so that that council member has a little bit more expertise on a particular area of the budget when those types of things do come up. And that there's more of that understanding of, okay, here's how public works, here's Parks and Rec, here's solid waste, here's police, those types of things.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll take a look at 5602 and see what it says about the mayor bringing a budget.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Spiro.
Thank you guys. Forgive me for my voice, Ada Frog. Councilman Spiro here. You did say earlier in your slide with smaller cities that there seems to be times of overlap between administrative and legislative. I think maybe some of the confusion here is when are those overlaps permitted? Maybe I didn't hear you, or maybe it wasn't explained well, or there's a particular case in a small town where it's easy for a council member to reach out to a staff member when they have a question. I'm hearing that it seems to be inappropriate in your estimation, but you did say there was some overlap. Can you explain maybe the specifics of the overlapping when it's appropriate that city council acts as administrative?
City council in smaller cities, you might see a little bit more direct working with like the city attorney, for example, to make sure that what they're doing is legal in terms of creating a certain ordinance or, in those types of situations, that's a little bit more common. Best practice is usually still to all work together with the mayor and as a collective body to make sure that one individual isn't trying to act, because it can get really confusing for city staff if you've got multiple, and I know city politics are nonpartisan races, but when you got multiple people trying to direct the same staff member to look into this and do that, it can make it hard to get the day-to-day work done. So you working with city attorney is an example that you do see a little bit more often in certain smaller cities. Still want to be mindful of that because you can blow through the budget really, really quickly. Best practice is always to just work together if possible.
Thank you. And Ms. Packer, you said you've been there 6 years and you haven't seen a dysfunctional city family. Is that correct?
Oh, no. No, I haven't said dysfunctional. I have said that I haven't seen where there's been a stalemate on actually getting work done and getting information. There's always, you've got differing opinions, right?
Welcome to Sandpoint, because we had that. So yeah, what do you do in a particular case when you're trying to do the budget? You have some sort of stalemate with the mayor. There's trust issues going on and you need to get a hold of staff, and maybe you don't feel comfortable in trusting the mayor in a particular situation. What would you do then?
I'm going to let our attorney take that one.
I would probably work together as a collective body. I
As a
don't
council
know
body?
the facts. What was that?
As a council, you mean?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Not as an individual, whether that's, and I'm not sure of what the exact facts are, whether it was looking into a particular budget expense or something like that. But
You know how marriages are sometimes.
what was that?
So you know how marriages are sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, all right, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other?
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Please, I'm kind of along those same lines. Off the budget, we're all elected officials by the community. it's okay then for the council to, with priorities, ask the mayor to direct staff to do certain things. Like, I don't know, do certain things. Like the mayor will direct staff to prepare a report on something of a priority for the mayor, perhaps. And then if the council has priorities, it's also our job to ask the mayor to direct staff to do something that we are prioritizing.
I would say yes to that. If the mayor is working on the budget, for example,
It's
and
not
he's
the-
putting to,
Not,
I'm sorry, what?
I'm off the budget, sorry.
Oh, off the budget. Okay. So if the council has a new program they want to offer, they want to do something different than what's currently being done, that needs to be decided in an open meeting where you take a vote. And as long as that passes, then yes, that is now a requirement. It's a law, right? It's an ordinance, whatever, I mean, however you've outlined that. And now that becomes a new priority that the mayor needs to make sure gets administrated appropriately.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Shriver.
Yeah, just one more question. I think your slide said something along the lines that the mayor doesn't have to spend the budget that was allocated. Is that accurate?
The mayor can't spend over the adopted budget effectively acts as a ceiling, not necessarily a floor, similar to the way that we've seen President Trump not necessarily direct that spending with like the Department of Education be all fully spent. It's similar in terms of city governance as well.
Could a mayor prevent council priorities from being enacted by refusing to spend budget?
It would probably depend on the exact circumstances. It's potentially, but it would depend on the circumstances, what exactly was done for those council priorities, how those were set out, whether it was through ordinance. It's going to be rather fact specific. So I apologize to give you the classic attorney answer of it depends, but
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Howarth.
Yeah, one quick question. Is there anything in state code that defines a mayor's work schedule? And if not, can councils define a mayor's work schedule?
there's not anything in state code that defines it. I don't think that the council would be able to define the mayor's work schedule as well in terms of, you need to work X number of hours, in the same sense that you wouldn't have the teeth through your council powers to regulate that, because the mayor's role is still that of an elected official. And so even if you were to adopt a resolution, there's no proper enforcement mechanism to do anything if that weren't to be followed.
But the council does have the ability to set the mayor's pay.
Yes, I believe that one is I'd have to go back
Part
and
of-
double check on that one.
Part of a budget item. And so, yes, the council will vote on the salaries that are presented in that budget for the council, for the mayor, for the staff, et cetera. But again, there needs to be a level of respect in the things that are being proposed. For example, I wouldn't recommend that a council set a mayor's budget at let's say $200 a month, and then it takes 40 or so hours every week, or 20 hours even every week, to get done what needs to be done as part of his responsibilities. So again, that's why we recommend that the mayor and the council are talking together on the realistic expectations of your community, of the programs, of the services provided, of the staffing needed to provide those, and what is a reasonable compensation for the work that's getting done by all of you.
Thank you.
Any
Mr.
other-
Mayor,
Councilman
just one
Frederick?
follow-up question to that. So let's just say a hypothetical mayor got elected and then never showed up again. Is there any minimum standard of duty by a mayor?
No, again, and same with the council. We have seen that a lot in my tenure at AIC where, the clerk will call up and say, we've got a council member that never shows, right? And so can we just remove them? Nope, they were elected by the people. Same with the mayor. So,
Thank you.
you bet.
Anything else, council? Well, Kelly and Jonathan, thank you so much for the education and the thoughts and direction. And thanks for putting on all the educational programs you do. Hopefully some of us will see you down there in Boise in the new year or in our regional training that you have this spring. And again, thanks for being there and your knowledge.
You bet. Thanks for having us tonight. And please reach out with any other questions you might have or if there's anything we can do to support all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. All right, thanks, council members. Next, mayor's general announcements and reports. Staff is going to cover a few things in more detail, but in general, we are working on a variety of things. Jason will be telling you about the parking RFP for the paid parking solution downtown and City Beach. Holly will probably give you a brief update on the wastewater plant that we're working on and any emergency actions because of the weather and the culvert and the high stream flows. Beyond that, I don't have specific updates other than and announcements other to say, Councilman Howarth, unfortunately, Councilman Dick is not here. Thank you so much for your time, dedication. This will be likely be your last meeting unless we have a special meeting before the end of the year. Thanks for your service to our community and appreciate all you've done. And with that, I will ask council members if they have any general announcements or reports.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette.
I have another Sustainability Committee meeting minutes because we had to move our date again this month to earlier in the month. I just want to say that, let me see, we have our new member. Thank you for appointing.
Mr. Monk.
John Monks, yes, it's great. He's going to be a great addition. Let's see, we had a recommendation to prioritize our goals and objectives for 2026 as requested. And our goals are in priority order to 1, engage 1 or more university programs to partner with the city on sustainability. And I know we have spoken with you about that. To gather baseline and benchmark data for a municipal operation sustainability framework. We put by 2026. 3, to develop a framework for implementing F of our duties. F, I don't know what that is. I must apologize. And the last one, to advocate for education and training for staff on sustainability in 2026. We also really appreciate having Rachel participate with us. We are recommending a communication plan adoption as an action item for our sustainability plan. We discussed the communication plan and committee member Wilco's made a motion to recommend the plan for review by city staff with Rachel facilitating the review process. And we have been working on getting a U of I student pilot project. We have made communication with the University of Idaho. We've also pinpointed some other universities who have the same ability to help us in that, and we would like to contact them. And then Mary Wilco's shared that there are upcoming series hosted by Boise State on sustainability topics. And that was our meeting.
Thank you,
And
Councilwoman Duquette.
If I may, I have one more thing I'd like to say, and it's kind of along the lines of what I was talking about. I just have to make a comment that I'm disappointed and discouraged to find yet another 433-page agenda packet for this week. 433 pages is what it is. And we've talked and you've shared that you think sometimes our meetings are too long and you would be willing to shorten them unless important timely items come up. I feel we don't have the ability to fully digest, research, and opine this many topics in a responsible manner, always. I'm not saying I'm not up to the job. I can do it. But I find this week's agenda full of items that assumedly you directed staff to undertake. And yet, again, the council has requested you to direct staff to do things like the Downtown Historic District overlay, which still isn't appearing to happen. And I know the work begun previously by Amy Tweeten and the P&Z on the code for ADUs hasn't been revisited. And I think that's pretty important with what's going on in P&Z right now that will come to us that I won't even talk about. And then besides those requests, I learned today that there's a deadline for a letter of interest with the state DEQ sewer overflow and stormwater planning grant that I think is a pretty important topic if we're going to work on our stormwater. And it's due by January 9th. So I just wondered if that was anything in the works and your priorities?
Thanks, Councilwoman Duquette. If that's everything, I can just
It is
give you an update. So the planning department is working on the downtown rezone.
Okay.
Delphine is fully engaged. She's been working on that for several weeks. I'll let Jason give an update on that.
Okay.
It is their number one priority. They have they're chewing gum and walking at the same time, doing some tweaks to the short-term rentals and some other residential elements, but that's in the works. In terms of the letter of interest on storm,
It's-
sewer storm planning grant.
No, that's a second one, a different one. There's one which I assumed you are working on for the wastewater treatment plant. But I think the sewer overflow and stormwater planning grant.
So,
Focus
yeah,
more on stormwater.
we're past that on the sewer. For the storm, that would be very interesting, and I'll follow up with Holly.
great.
We are working on, and as in the budget, a stormwater utility update of our stormwater basins so that we can implement a stormwater utility in the city to have money to pay for improvements to the stormwater.
Awesome, great. And I just learned about that today, so that's why I
Awesome.
thought I would bring it up.
Mr.
Any
Mayor,
other council announcements? Councilman Schreiber.
I would voice my support for allocating staff time to applying for this sewer overflow and stormwater planning grant for Idaho DEQ. I think we've already budgeted for stormwater master planning, and I think that this would be a great way to save the taxpayers some money.
Awesome. Any other council announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Spiro.
we had a Parks and Rec meeting, and it was to discuss the upcoming meeting for the Saturday with concerning the RV park, and I'm sure Jason's going to touch on that, so I was not able to make it.
Thank you very much, Councilman Spiro. Hearing no further council announcements or reports, I'll now invite our department heads, directors to the podium for some quick updates. Who would like to start? Cheryl, Central Services Director. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cheryl Hughes, Central Services Director. Just a quick couple updates for you. I wanted to, for those that remember, the generator took us about 2 years to get it in. And today was our first real test on how the auto transfer switch would work and how the generator itself would work. And you would never know anything happened at City Hall because the generator kicked on immediately when the power went out. And coincidentally, that's also when payroll was pressing the submit button for all of our payroll. And to get sent off to the bank, to the banks. And because of that generator, it went without a hitch. So luckily, there will be payroll Friday. And the other announcement would be just on City Hall closures coming up. So City Hall will be closed at 12 noon on Christmas Eve, next Wednesday. And we will be closed on Friday as well. And then City Hall will be closed again on, well, of course, then we're closed on Christmas Day and we'll be closed on New Year's Day, but we will be open full day on December 31st and again, opening up on January 2nd. And that's really the only updates for central services because most of what we do, you're going to hear from the other directors.
Any questions for Cheryl at this time? Go
No,
ahead, Deb.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any questions for Cheryl, but I did have a little announcement that
Oh, sure.
you can go. It wasn't, no, you're good, not for
Thank
you.
you.
Uh-huh. I just wanted to apologize for the staff because I didn't make it to the Christmas meeting. I've RSVP'd to be there and one of my office members was absent and I was halfway through lunch before I even realized wasn't at the Christmas luncheon. So it looked like everybody had a great time and I will make it next year. So I apologize.
Jason Welker, Planning and Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. On that note, we did have over 60 donations from local businesses for our raffle. I'm sure Cheryl would have mentioned that as well. Huge show of support from local businesses. And I want to thank all the downtown businesses that contributed to the Christmas event that we had yesterday. It was really fun. I have a couple updates for you, things you guys mentioned. Councilman Aspiro mentioned our Parks and Rec Commission meeting held 2 weeks ago. That was in preparation for Saturday's workshop. Actually, that meeting was just last week. A week ago today, the Parks and Rec meeting. At Saturday's workshop, we had about 70 participants from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. The community room at the Sports Center proved to be the perfect venue for that. That was what I would describe as phase 2 of our community engagement effort for the direction given by 4 out of 6 of you on November 5th, which was to envision alternative uses for the RV park site at City Beach. Part 1 of that outreach effort involved a survey that is still open. I've done a couple rounds of analysis of results. We had 908 responses as of Monday morning. So the responses as of Monday morning have been tabulated, put into charts for you, and I sent a link to you about 2 hours ago with a short video summarizing those responses. So I encourage you to look at those. We're not going to do a full presentation tonight, obviously. We had 44% or 43% were Sandpoint residents who responded to that, 48% Bonner County residents, and 8% from outside Bonner County. The next phase, step 3 of the community engagement effort will take place on January 14th at our first Parks and Rec Commission meeting of the new year, at which the 7 commissioners who facilitated table group discussions and some exercises on Saturday will bring their insights and feedback from that experience to our next Parks Commission meeting. We'll review the survey results that have been collected, and my hope is that by the end of that meeting on January 14th, the Parks Commission can make a formal recommendation to the City Council for how to proceed with the RV park site. Don't know if that'll be on your January 21st agenda or if it'll be the first meeting in February. It kind of depends on how things are looking in January. Some of you had concerns about planning staff's work on code amendments. I do want to give you an update on that. The downtown commercial A and historic preservation code work continues. That is a big job. Bill Dean is working on basically a comprehensive historic preservation plan for the city of Sandpoint. Not a plan, but code, because we already have a historic preservation plan. So it's implementing the historic preservation plan that we have and the goals of our comprehensive plan. We'll be working starting in January through April probably. This will be the focus of our Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. It'll be code updates on commercial A, including options for historic preservation downtown. I just confirmed with Bill that we think we can have some ordinance-ready language for adoption in April. So this is our primary focus over the next 3 or 4 months is historic preservation and commercial A zoning updates. On last night's P&Z meeting, we made some amendments to our residential zoning, RS, single family, RM, multifamily, and then the rural residential zones as well. These were some relatively minor changes aimed at implementing goals and objectives from our comprehensive plan. They will be coming to you probably at the January 21st meeting. I encourage you to watch last night's public hearings. We had 2 of them, both the residential zones and the short-term rental ordinance, which is not actually a zoning ordinance, but a Title III, Chapter 12, were recommended for amendment last night. So I encourage you to review that meeting. I don't anticipate doing a full recreation of last night's meeting for you. That's why we have those P&Z meetings. They've done about 2 months now of code work around STRs and residential zones. Finally, the parking request for proposals that we put out about 2 months ago, as when that closed at the end of, or I guess it was in early November, we had received 5, I think, submissions from qualified vendors that are interested in providing services to implement our parking management plan. We reviewed those over about a 2-hour committee meeting last week, which included law enforcement, central services, the mayor, myself. We had about 6 people on that review committee. After 2 hours, we didn't quite finish. So we have another session scheduled for January 30th, at which time we expect to narrow those submissions down to 2 and bring 2 of the firms in for interviews before we move forward with recommending a contract for implementation of our parking management plan downtown. So I do expect that to probably be late January, early February, a recommended contract, and the goal would be to have some paid parking implemented at some of our off-street parking facilities by lost in the 50s this year or this coming year. And just to remind you, there's no paid street parking proposed. Rather, the request for proposals said that we're looking for ways to improve enforcement at our street parking downtown as well. So those are kind of my updates, and I'll be back in a little bit to talk about some other things tonight with you. If you have any questions, let me know.
Mr. Mayor.
Just a second, Councilman Schreiber. Jason, and just for the council's benefit, the commercial zoning, it's not like you're just picking it up. I'm aware, but Bill's been working on
Bill's
this
been
for
working on it
months.
for about 3 months, specifically the historic preservation. We're broadening it to the whole commercial A. The directive we have is to look at, I had some notes here, hold on. Well, again, implementing the objectives from our comprehensive plan. There are quite a few around downtown character, historic preservation, building design standards, and community character. Those are kind of the guiding things that we're looking at for commercial A.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
Councilman Schreiber.
Well, yeah, I guess on that topic, I did have another comment, but on that topic, I'm a little confused because after we adopted our comprehensive plan, you specifically asked council to give guidance on what zoning to update first, and we did give that guidance to work on zoning commercial A first. And so I'm a little confused why we have months, as you said, of P&Z hearings on residential zoning, and now we're just now getting to commercial A.
We're not just now getting to commercial A. Bill's been working on that for about 4 months at this point, since Eric Brubaker joined us. The residential zoning was kind of a side project that I oversaw primarily. Bill did some, he provided a lot of input, but in fact, all the staff reports, the presentations were written by me, and the presentations were delivered by me. So if you go back and look at those meetings, that Bill has been working behind the scenes on the much more comprehensive overhaul of our zoning administration, Title 9.9, and the commercial. Title 9.9 relates to all our zoning districts, but commercial A in particular has been a main focus of his. Trust me, he's done a deep dive on historic preservation and written about 20 pages of code that he plans to bring forward in January.
Looking forward to
When
it.
I say written code, I mean, what we've done in residential is done amendments to our existing code. Bill's writing entirely new code. That's why it's a completely different beast to take on a historic preservation ordinance, which we do not have. It's something that has to be written from whole cloth. What we did in the residential was we moved language around setbacks to a place where it made better sense, and we clarified our garage standards, for example. We reduced minimum lot sizes in the RM zone from 5,000 to 3,500. These are very minor changes compared to writing a whole new section of code.
Thank you. I appreciate the hard work.
Yeah, me too. You just kept it secret.
And then the question I had before we got on that topic was on the parking management. Could you give us a little preview of what technology is going to be used to charge people?
I can tell you that among the 5 submissions that we've been reviewing, there's a whole range, ranging from pole-mounted, kind of eye in the sky, non-license plate reader, again, going back to the state law that prohibits license plate readers, except for like enforcement of felonies or something, to little pucks that get installed in the concrete or in the asphalt that sense the presence of a vehicle over the car. So those are kind of the two extremes where we are still weighing the and we expect my expectation is that at the interview stage we'll probably have two finalists that have different types of technology, so we can kind of weigh the pros and cons of different technologies. We're still striving for a frictionless parking enforcement system, which means no gates, no arms going up and down. You don't need to pull tickets out. So and in the middle, or I guess maybe on another extreme of that spectrum, is no sensors of any sort, just the simple like scan and pay type systems, where it's more trust based, where perhaps more manual enforcement is necessary. I know the mayor's goal is to minimize the need for enforcement officers for our parking. So that's why we're looking to probably implement some technology that senses the presence of vehicles and knows when they're coming and going, just to make it easier and less labor intensive to enforce with community resource officers.
Awesome. Thank you. Could you explain a little bit more about the state law preventing eye in the sky cameras?
No, it's not that it doesn't eye in the sky cameras are fine as long as they're not reading license plates. So you've probably seen some parking facilities that scan your license plate when you come in and they know when you leave. Those are not allowed in Idaho except for enforcement of felony level offenses, as far as I understand, or misdemeanors or something.
I could dig into this. I would imagine Chief Kuhn knows it off the top of his head. We talked about this like 6 months ago. It's very limiting.
Very limiting, yeah.
I can tell you that. And if you want me to look into it further, I'd be happy to.
Basically, a lot of the providers of parking enforcement that use LPR technology, ALPR, it's called automated license plate readers. We've determined that technology is not really viable under Idaho state law.
Okay.
Councilman Schreiber, on a high level, it's LiDAR, and it knows where the spaces are, and
This
it
is
knows
the eye in the sky thing that I was describing.
so it's actually not a photo, it's more just the vehicle signature, and it can identify whether it's a truck or a sedan or what kind, and it knows when it's arrived in this box, and it knows when it's left the box. And if it's stayed too long, based on them scanning, it'll either issue a ticket or send out enforcement.
Perfect. Thank you. And then I did have one comment from the public asking if there would be any way for them to pay via cash, say they don't have their phone, or if their phone died.
One member of our committee, Cheryl, is very conscious of that, and she's really pushing for an option that involves coins or cash kiosks as well as mobile pay options. So there are certainly some that you could make completely scan and pay type things, but I know one of the things we're looking for is technology that allows for people to pay with cash or coins in lots.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is just off-street parking. You're not
Off-street parking. Yeah.
not doing City Beach yet.
Well, paid parking is proposed at City Beach as well. Yes, but also administration of a pass program is another thing that all of the proposals that we've reviewed have included. So pass programs, including local passes, Bonner County passes, that sort of thing, which was part of the parking management plan.
Okay, but we haven't done fees.
Right.
Right.
When we bring the technology
Keep
and the
telling me
passes,
that.
yes.
I just want to make sure that's coming back. Thank
I
you.
think that's
Thank you all.
those pass fees.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Director Welker. Holly, Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a quick update from Public Works. Super busy maintenance staff today with the downed trees and power outages. So we've actually got two guys here tonight, Wes Albin and Rod Burgett still here. Them and their crews were very busy today, taking care of downed trees, keeping our streets safe and open, down power lines. Our street staff also helped ITD out today. One of their signals was not operable at Division and US 2, and they jumped in and helped provide flagging and stop signing for them in their shortage. Our utilities department was also busy helping out in that realm. They were also working on some potholes again in South Sandpoint. We had potholes unfortunately opening up again with the rain that we're continuing to get. So we can expect probably more of that challenge this winter until the ground freezes. The water treatment plant had some short power shortages, but our crews were also able to keep that operable. The letter of interest for DEQ and stormwater, that's due January 7th. We can look into that and see if we're a good fit. It is for stormwater and combined sewer and stormwater. I don't know how competitive we'll be, but we do have budget this year to work on a stormwater effort. So that would certainly support that effort, get us more funding. We won't need to be so limited on that stormwater effort. So we can absolutely look at that. The grant is due that first week of January. So we have one council meeting.
Okay.
So we can bring that back to you. So you might see us January 7th with that. Thank you for bringing that grant to our attention. And just as a reminder for our wastewater treatment plant, it was that same SRF funding that we were successful in getting last year. On your agenda tonight, we do have a small urban grant that's on the consent calendar. It was not intended to be on the consent calendar. We have a presentation prepared. So if you're interested in learning more about that grant that we're applying for, just know that staff is prepared to with a presentation to talk about that small urban grant. And those are my updates from Public Works.
And Holly, any updates on the culvert on Boyer for the council? Just, I know you're monitoring it. People are out there. It's very high flows.
The culvert is, Boyer's open. The culvert is operable. It's functioning. We are noticing that some of our armoring is inadequate. Our contractor is going to come back sometime this winter once the water levels lower and it's safe to do so. They'll put some more rock down there, again, just to armor it. There's no immediate concern, but we like to get that additional armoring before spring hits. So you'll see traffic controls. Once that work is scheduled, when weather allows, you'll hear more.
So, any questions for Holly? Anyone?
Can I thank Holly or whoever put those no truck signs on Boyer and Division for Pine Street? Thank you. They looked lovely. It just caught my eye the other day.
Thanks.
Chief, anything, or Chief, or Sarah's probably just paying the bills and making sure our audit's great. All right. Excellent. Next, we'll proceed with the general public comment portion of the meeting. Again, if you wish to speak and haven't yet completed a sign-up form, please do so and hand it to a staff member at the back of the room. Purpose of general comment time is to allow members of the public in attendance to address the mayor and council regarding items included on this evening's agenda under the consent calendar or old or new business. For the purpose of a general public forum, you're also welcome to comment on any topic pertinent to the business of the city of Sandpoint not included on the agenda and not anticipated or scheduled for future public hearings. Please note, council cannot take testimony on any planning or land use related matter outside of an official public hearing. I'd like to make everyone aware that the city does have a policy on public meeting decorum. The rules are posted just outside the chamber's entry doors. In summary, I'd ask that everyone please be pleasant and respectful, not make derogatory statements about others, including city staff, not be disorderly or disruptive, no calling out, clapping, or holding up signs. Public comment time is for comment only. No questions or debate. You're welcome to contact me during regular business hours if you have any questions or concerns. This is the only general public comment time that will be offered this evening. Those attending remotely who wish to speak may raise their hand on Zoom at this time. When it's your turn to speak, please state your name and whether you reside in Sandpoint city limits. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. With that, Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
Mayor Grimm, we have Jane Fritz.
Good evening, Jane.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about trees again, but specifically the Cedar Street reconstruction project. Just to comment, when you're looking at community character in historic preservation, trees are essential to that. Just want to make that comment. But there are, in addition to the silver maple on that section of cedar, there are 3 mature cottonwood trees towards the end of that that are really essential for birds of prey, in particular eagles and osprey. I have for about 7 years now, maybe even longer, worked with Avista on monitoring osprey nesting in that area. There is an osprey nest not far behind those trees. That is the 4th nest. Avista worked with me to move nests each time. And I worked with Jim Kane for years. We brought in Wayne Milquist, who is a retired biologist from Fish and Game, who did lots of recommendations
on preserving that particular nest. I mean, we've got the memorial field. Wayne was the same person who got up on the boom and banded those birds. He is the osprey expert in the West. And anyway, it's just last year on August 6th, I watched 3 juvenile osprey fledge. I happened to be there that day watching. I live close to the Lincoln substation, so I can go that way a lot and watch. And they use the cottonwood trees as sort of short distance landing areas before they go back to the nest. So it's really essential for their success. And fledging in August is, I mean, they did an amazing job. And that particular pole has been working nicely for the last 3 years. And the current manager, and I'm sorry I'm spacing his name, actually installed that. And it is property of Avista, that big field. And I don't know where it comes up to the trees, but I would think they would, I don't know if they understand, because I work with their environmentalist in Coeur d'Alene, but I do think they probably realize how important those trees are to the osprey. Eagles come in and use them. I've not seen nests, however. So anyway, I hope you will preserve them. They're really close to the road, and but they are really essential to the success of that nesting pair that come back every year, those adults. And let's see if there's anything else. Anyway, I spend hours watching that nest. So I just wanted you to know, and I have video and photos from the most recent fledging, in case anyone wants to see them.
Thanks, Jane.
Oh, and I won't be staying because I'm not feeling really great tonight, but thank you for the opportunity.
Happy holidays.
Mayor Graham, no one else has signed up at this time.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That will conclude the general public comment portion of the meeting. Next is the consent calendar. For the record, the total amount of bills for approval is $539,692.06 for regular payables. Council, do you have any questions, or are there any items you wish to remove from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Shriver?
I did want to remove that number 4 that Holly
Okay.
referred to.
Number 4. Any other items to be removed? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Duquette, second by Roll. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule? Yes. Counselor Spiro?
Yes.
Counselor Duquette?
Yes.
Counselor Howarth?
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is the public hearing on the agenda this evening for the council to take up public testimony and consideration of a new fee for corporate memberships at the James E. Russell Sports Center. I'll now yield the floor to Jason Welker, Planning and Community Development Director.
Thank you again, Mayor. I'm going to make this pretty quick. The reason for the public hearing is that we are amending our fee schedule. This is a new fee. Of course, when we adopted the fee schedule back in July or August this year, we had just recently brought on Ryan Wells. He was able to provide a lot of input. He actually established the fees that you see here. It was with his leadership over there that we worked with members to come up with what we viewed as desirable and fair fee structure for monthly annual members, county, city, non-county, etc. So on this page, which is live on our Court Reserve website, which is the application that we use to manage the sports center now, you can see all the different membership options that we currently offer. Since then, we've continued to explore ways to increase revenue at the facility, to increase membership, to drive more users to the facility, to provide new options for people to get involved with the recreation going on over there. And Ryan actually has had some requests from local business owners and managers for the opportunity to provide their employees with a corporate membership, similar to what, well, actually it's not that similar, but Schweitzer, for example, has corporate membership passes. Ours is quite different than what Schweitzer offers. But I'm going to go through some highlights. The staff report pretty much provided everything you need to know for this consideration before we open the public hearing. I will also put kind of the overview. This hasn't been formatted or anything yet. Ryan's working on creating some flyers that we can put out in the community to attract businesses to this. Actually, I wanted to share some highlights first, some updates for you on JER and how this could fit into the future of the facility. So as of today, we have 536 active members at JER. 242 of those are what we call free guest members. Those are people who have signed up to play there, but they don't pay a monthly or annual fee. Rather, they pay the $15 each time they come. So that's actually a good thing. Those people are part of our community, our network of members. They receive newsletters from us. They can be messages can be pushed out to them, and it's super easy for them to reserve courts within 24 hours, show up, scan their phone, and make their way to a court. They just pay the $15 each time. We have 84 junior members, which is a free membership for 13 to 17-year-olds. And we have 210 monthly or annual renewed paid members. The original budget for the sports center was built around the idea that we would eventually grow our monthly or annual members to 300. So we're quite, close to getting there. Every day we're seeing those guest members opt into the paid monthly or annual membership option. They find that without the ability to reserve courts more than 24 hours in advance, it's really hard to actually get on a court, because these days courts tend to be, the prime times especially, are all full right now. So a lot of those guest members are opting for the memberships options that you saw on the screen there a moment ago. November was the busiest month at JER. We had 1,485 visits, unique visits. That does not include the youth sports programs, tennis and soccer and other programs that are going on in there. In December, we are already up to 850, and we're not quite halfway through the month. So we're expecting over 1,700 visits this month. Revenue in November reached just around $18,000. That sounds impressive, but that is about our break-even level at the sports facility. So it's more than triple the revenue we were earning a few months earlier. But going back to the cost recovery level, that's actually right on track. That would be around $216,000 a year, which is about what the budget says it costs to operate the facility. So while it is impressive, and it is impressive, it's extremely impressive, we need to sustain that $18,000 a month revenue on average over the year. So I don't expect the facility to fully recover all of its costs over the next 12 months, but it's going to be a heck of a lot closer than it was 6 months ago to do that. So all this is to say that additional membership options that bring more people in and provide more revenue streams for the facility are still needed. So that brings us back to the JER Corporate Pass. So the goal of the Corporate Pass, as proposed tonight, is to provide an option for local businesses to provide their staff with memberships on the company's dime. So many employees, and this is the feedback, this is the input we've gotten from some local managers and business owners, is that many employees at local companies commute from outside Bonner County, or they don't live in city limits, and for them, it's just not cost effective to buy a non-Bonner County resident membership, which is around $79 a month. So this would allow employers to purchase a pass on behalf of their employees and organize team building, après work, pickleball parties, things like that. So the proposed corporate pass would allow employers to purchase a $1,500 membership that provides access to 4 designated employees. That's an average of $370 per employee, which is a modest discount from the $429 a city resident would pay for an annual membership. Additional employees may be added to the corporate pass for $300 per individual, with up to 8 employees on a corporate pass allowed to use the facility at one time. 2 pickleball courts, that comes out to 2 pickleball courts, to the equivalent of 1 tennis court. This assures that no single employer can dominate court use, taking away play opportunities for regular members. Corporate pass holders may also bring guests, such as clients or family members of employees, at the private event rate of $10 per visit. That's a $5 discount off the normal $15 visitation fee. In theory, a business with a corporate pass covering 4 employees could then host an event at JER using the corporate pass plus 3 guests per employee for 16 people, which would utilize 4 pickleball courts. That event would then generate an additional $120 of revenue for a 2-hour play session for those guests that come in at the discounted rate. We believe that the corporate pass fills a gap in the membership options currently available to the community and will provide play opportunities to local workers who otherwise may not be able to afford or be willing to pay the monthly or annual membership fees. And we expect to sell a couple of these immediately. These local businesses have just been waiting for this to be approved by council so that they can give us their money and start bringing their employees in after work to play. We therefore ask you to approve the proposed amendment to the city's adopted fee schedule to add a corporate pass for $1,500 with individual employees able to be added for $300 per year. So those are the 2 new fees we would add to the fee schedule. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Counselor, are there any questions for Director Welker?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, I'm curious what constitutes a local employer.
Um, I guess I don't think we're gonna necessarily call this a local corporate pass. We anticipate local businesses being the ones that buy this. So any business could buy a corporate pass for their employees. It doesn't necessarily have to be local. So we're not limiting to like city limits. This could be Schweitzer might want to buy one. You've got a Lighthouse, which is based in Ponderay, might want to buy one. So
So any
I use the
any
term local business, but it's not technically a local corporate pass. It's just a corporate pass.
Okay.
And my assumption would be that it would be primarily local businesses who would be interested because that's who's expressed interest so far, as in Bonner County.
Okay. Another question I had was you just mentioned that utilization has gone up a lot, and I do want to express gratitude for all the hard work that your team has done to increase the utilization and make it a great asset to our community. Um, is there any concern that we're nearing a level where the user experience will start to deteriorate?
Um, my experience has been that the user experience is enhanced by more people being in the facility. For the first few months, I got a membership when we first opened, and I played once or twice a week for the first few months. Then things got very busy, and I didn't play as much. But more often than not, when I played, it was me and my friend Chris in there on a court, and there might be one group playing pickleball on the other side of the building. In the last month, when I've gotten back into it, I've been doing weekly skills and drills classes on Monday evening put on by the STA. I've been playing the men's double league on Tuesdays when I have the chance. I didn't get to this week, obviously, but it is it's such a better user experience when the facility's full. So we're starting to, I think, feel that from the community as well. There's a better energy in there when it's being used. So but you might be implying or asking about like if users can't get court space, right? So the more people we get in there, the harder and harder it is to get court space. On any given day, there's a few empty slots that don't get used right now. But if you look out 2 or 3 days ahead of schedule, ahead of now, there's most of the day is still empty. So what it's doing is it's just requiring us to change behavior, right? You don't go to your favorite restaurant on Valentine's Day without making a reservation ahead of time. We want JER to feel like that. We want it to feel like, 113 Main or a great restaurant in town where you expect to have to make a reservation ahead of time. But in order to do that, those guest members have to join and become full members because then they can reserve ahead of time. So for us, the more pressure we put on that calendar, the more slots we fill up, the greater urgency there is for people to join and become full on members. We need to get to that 300 level for this place to break even over a year. We're still 90 away. So there's still capacity for us to bring on additional members because we want it to be a place where you need to make a reservation 4 or 5 days out, not expect to get on. And this is how we get new members. People show up at 9 in the morning. Oh, 9 o'clock time slot. No one will be there. They get there. There's 32 people in the building, 24 pickleball players and 6 tennis players or something. Those people are the ones who literally stand at the front desk and say, okay, I'll get a membership because they don't have one now. They thought they could just pay their $15. Now they're going to realize they need to book 3 days out to get that 9 o'clock spot. So we want that pressure there. And from a user experience, the more use there is, the better the actual experience is when you're there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would totally agree that having other people playing next to you isn't going to be what deters people from getting a membership. But I guess, has there been any discussion about how many days out do you have to wait to book before you start considering not keeping your membership?
Well, if we start to see memberships, decrease, that might be evidence that we're not providing the experience that people desire there. But so far, it's been an upward trajectory in memberships.
Sure.
So,
and I guess
I keep in mind that 300 number. That's always been the goal. So I think if we get to 300, we're going to see this place breaking even month after month after month, or possibly even bringing in revenue for the recreation fund. So my goal is to get us there, and I would count corporate members towards that 300 mark, but we're still a little bit away from that.
Yeah, and I guess that was my next question was, has there been any discussion about cannibalization of current membership through the corporate pass, that we have people who are paying full membership rates now, they realize maybe they live in the county, they can get a much, much cheaper rate if they, sign them and their friends up through the corporate pass, and their business doesn't need to be in the city limits. They don't need to prove that those are employees. They can just put down any email address they want.
Well, I don't know if that's a bad thing, honestly. If we were getting $430 a year from a city resident who convinced their employer to sign up for a corporate pass, and then we got $1,500 instead, and 3 new people joined the facility, that's a win for us. That's a net gain of almost $900. So yeah, on a per person basis, we might see 70 fewer dollars a year of revenue, but slightly more if that person was paying a Bonner County member rate. But on the net, I mean, if we brought in 3 additional members because they convinced their employer to buy a corporate pass, that's a gain for us.
And if that was a Bonner County person that was the 5th person on that corporate pass, that'd be over $100 less, which is, I don't know, what, 30%, something like that?
Yeah.
So if they were already a member and they got the cheaper pass, we'd be losing 30% of revenue, but the same amount of court space would still be booked.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, if that's the outcome here, that all of our existing members go convince their employers to buy passes, we might be a little bit worse off financially, but I don't expect that to be the case. I mean, the employers that have talked to us are ones who have employees who are not members right now, and they're the ones who want to buy this pass tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Duquette.
Okay, you called it a public hearing. I don't think the public knows, and that's always my thing, about this corporate pass option. I contacted 3 people that I know that play pickleball or tennis to find out what they thought about this, because I think that's an important component to this. I understand $1,500 brings money right away. I guess I don't like that the 300 extra, unlimited at $300 extra past the 4. How the company decides who gets one isn't my problem. I just want to share the 3 people I asked their comments, if I may, because I think the public, already your members, need to be included in this sort of discussion, because it is going to make people, like we talked, now I can get it cheaper because I work for Lighthouse. I'm going to quit my regular pass and do it that way. Plus, they are worried about not getting court space already, which is a good thing for the Russell Center for sure. I had one person I could share this. She figured out, her thing is, it seems like a way to get a really deep discount on facility usage, 20 to 29%. She figured out all the percentage rates. She didn't understand why you would give away so much. If the employee lives in the county, the discount is even more in this new way. Another one said, people working here but not living here, it doesn't seem right that they get a special deal, especially for the avid tennis and pickleball player who live out of the city and have to pay so much more. As a city resident, they pay $480 a month with monthly payments, and those living outside the city would only pay $300. Didn't think that was equitable. Thought it was a slight to others paying to subsidize these corporate rates. It's getting harder to get courts, which is a good thing. Somebody else said people are playing more and registration is growing. So not to make it too low, she wonders if anyone has analyzed the budget from the perspective of what went wrong earlier in the daily operations. She also threw in a thing about monitor the heat. She says it is less now. I want the public, I want your members to get a chance to weigh in on this, because it's going to affect their court time. And it does seem like you're offering a better deal if you get a corporate pass than somebody who lives in the city and is paying. So that's just my comments, I guess.
Mr. Mayor,
Legal counsel.
if I could just respectfully remind Mr. Mayor and council
Mhm.
that this is the opportunity to ask staff specific questions. Then we're going to have public comment, and the time for deliberations comes after that. And so general comments about the ordinance
Okay.
or the fee raise in general is better left for deliberations and specific
Okay.
questions for staff right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Any other
Mr. Mayor.
council questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Howarth?
Hey, Jason, well, you call this a corporate pass. So if we had a hypothetical, let's say we have a family that's a large family, let's say 7 or 8 people above the age of 17, could they apply for a corporate pass?
They would first have to file an LLC with the state of Idaho.
And you're going to check that they did? or
Yes,
didn't?
sir.
But why couldn't an individual family, a large family, go take advantage of the corporate pass?
We've talked about having family passes as well, but given the fact that juniors are already free, it would really just be a discount for married couples. And we've had a lot of people request that actually, but we've determined that given the fact that, youth are already free, juniors are already free,
So this is a
it's not
family.
a family pass.
This is a family that everybody's above the set age of 17, still living with mom and dad. Let's hypothetically play that.
No, that it wouldn't be eligible for that. It has to be in a company's name.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you tell, maybe to their questions, why did you set the pass at $1,500? Why not a higher amount? Why not a lower amount?
Well, if you set the pass at a higher rate than what it would cost to buy individual passes, then an employer would just go buy individual passes for all their employees. The purpose here is to entice employers to bring in members who otherwise would not join.
Right.
So that's the whole idea of a corporate pass is to make it
But to their math, 20-some% discount if you're within the city. If
30%.
it's in the county, it's an even bigger discount. So why such a large discount? Why not a 10% discount if you're doing a
city resident is $429 a year because we give 1 month free for an annual membership. This is $375 a year. So it's a $46 discount, I believe.
11 or 12% discount.
46, yeah. If that's viewed as large, I don't know, Ryan did several iterations of this. We sat down, I was over there, I think twice, just talking about corporate passes with them. We just deemed this to be a kind of a fair level that would entice some local employers to opt into this.
If it's an employer outside of the city where all of the employees would pay the county fee, the higher amount, then your discount is.
Just to be clear, a lot of these employees one example of a company that I think wants to come in tomorrow morning and buy a pass, many of their employees commute from like Boundary County and Kootenai County.
Okay.
They would be paying like $79 a month for a monthly pass or $69 a month for an annual pass.
Right.
Or more. So these are people who would never buy a pass to the JER Sports Center. Let's just make that clear. Like
right.
The immediate impact of this is that we're going to bring in members who otherwise would not be members. So to compare it to what they would have to pay if their employer weren't buying it, that's fine. But realistically, they're just not going to pay that. And these are people also for whom, like, if your employee is willing to provide this to you, you may not be a pickleball or tennis enthusiast, but your boss thinks, oh, this will be a fun, team building thing. So I'm just going to make this a little perk for my employees, maybe a little Christmas bonus. Everybody gets a pass that I'm paying for the year. It's kind of a nice deal that just brings more members in, brings more revenue in. We don't believe this will be a large decrease in members that otherwise would be paying the full membership rate.
And I'll ask the question, I already know the answer, but if we did this, if we implemented it at 1,500, and a year from now, we came back and said, gosh, there's an abuse of the corporate pass.
We can change it a month from now if we decide it's not working.
Thank you.
It's always up to the council to determine what's working, what's not, and in the best interest of the facility and the community.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other council questions? I know Councilwoman Duquette might have one, but let's see if anyone else wants to go first. Council President.
Well, I'm just very simply going to thank the rest of my council members for stealing all my questions.
Some like-minded. So at that point, though, you can't in a month tell a corporate that gave you $1,500 for 4 passes that they can't do it anymore. So that's not realistic.
No, we would honor any passes that sell between now and the time we decide not to sell any more passes.
And Jason, right now, it looks like the facility's open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. midweek, and then to just 3:30 PM on the weekends. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and Ryan's, we've got one new staff person who I think has just been onboarded and another one coming on in early January. And the goal there is to extend those weekend operating hours. We want to have like après, ski, pickleball, and tennis sessions. We've got some promotion ideas to attract skiers who are up at Schweitzer to come down, a little discount on Saturday and Sunday afternoons if you can show a valid lift ticket or a Schweitzer pass. We have all sorts of ideas to try to draw people in on those dark weekend afternoons. So will be starting with staying open till 5 p.m. very soon, maybe even this weekend, possibly extending that till 7.
No, my question was if the interest is so great from these corporate passes and we see additional utilization, I assume we would have the revenue to open longer hours in the morning, 7 in the morning or something like that.
Yes, exactly. And that's actually a good response to Councilman Shriver's question earlier is as demand for court space has grown, we recognize the need to be open earlier and open until later as well. So that's something we're working towards with bringing on new staff.
Director Welker, just one last question. The utilization by non-racket sports, is that compromising space availability for racket sports at this point? Is there a conflict?
I would say a little bit. Yeah. When we agreed with Sandpoint Soccer Association 2-3 months ago to allow them to do a kind of pre-tennis season, I will also say that once the tennis season starts, there's going to be even more displacement of members because we have an agreement with the school district to allow the high school tennis team to practice there 5 days a week. Last year wasn't a problem because there wasn't much private use, but currently the soccer association is using it from 3 to 5 p.m. 4 days a week, and they have about 7 weeks left on that lease, you could call it, and it's working really well because that was and still remains kind of our slowest time of the day. People have the lunch players are all back at work and work's not over for people who come in after work. So it's working fine. And they're only using 2 of the 4 courts. So you can still reserve courts during the 3 to 5 time slot. I'm a little worried about when high school tennis season starts and the high school tennis team has 3 or 4 courts a day. There's going to be some more members who are displeased that they can't reserve court space, but we're going to have to probably limit that to a 3 to 5 practice session, whereas last year was 3 to 6 every day. So.
Where's the expanded facility going?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Sparrow.
When you say you allow the high school to use it, do you mean for free or do you?
No, the high school pays.
Yeah, want to make sure just
yeah.
Allowed sound like.
No, I mean the players aren't paying out of their pockets, but just like the high school rents field space at Memorial for football, they're renting court space at JER for tennis.
Awesome.
I mean, I think last year the school district contributed around $9,000 of revenue for their daily practices, so that'll continue.
Any more questions for Jason before we open the public hearing? Great. For the council, for the record, any written comments received or included in the meeting packet otherwise provided to council, if received on time to do so. If you wish to testify this evening, please complete a sign-up form, hand it to staff as was mentioned. City policy provides the presiding officer may allow gifted time during a public hearing where you may give 3 minutes to someone else. I will allow for gifted time at this hearing up to a total of 6 minutes. If you're giving, please announce that. If you're being gifted, please announce who's gifting you. The public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to testify? Are there any hands raised on Zoom?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any members of the public who haven't testified who wish to do so? This will be the last opportunity. Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Now move on to the action item on the agenda for deliberation and discussion of the proposed resolution. Any council deliberation?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schreiber.
I'm not sure the proper procedure here, but I'd be interested in, I believe the term would be continuing the public hearing so that because there was a pretty quick turnaround for community members to learn about this and make their voices known. I'd love to give them one more opportunity to come and speak on this before we make a decision.
That would just be a motion to continue the hearing to a time certain.
Yeah, so I would move to continue this public hearing to our second meeting in January.
A second.
Motion to continue to the second meeting in January. Second by motion by Schreiber, second by Duquette. Any council discussion?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schreiber, is your concern, I guess, do you feel like the public is given less time in this than any other public hearing?
Yeah, because the information that we received about it was all on the same night as the public hearing. Usually we have a presentation and then the next meeting we have a public hearing and then we decide at that point. So, I imagine that the newspaper will probably write an article about this and maybe people will read that article and have some opinions. And then once they're done with their holiday travel, maybe they'll have some thoughts for us.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Howarth?
Jason, I presume if we take a little bit more time for public input, it's not critical to get a decision tonight.
There will be some passes. Well, we won't be selling corporate passes that we will probably sell tomorrow morning if you approve it tonight. And that's, we won't make revenue as a result.
Yeah.
And I think some Christmas bonuses won't be enjoyed by local employees. So I will strongly encourage local business owners who have requested this to come to the next public hearing. I think that's probably what you need to hear from is those who are interested in this program. I wish I thought of that tonight. I didn't imagine that would be needed, but
thank you.
Perhaps encourage more input from those who stand to benefit from this next time.
Mr. Mayor?
Council President?
I just had a question if our Parks and Rec, if it came before the commission. Thank you.
We did not put this on the agenda for the last Parks Commission meeting.
Okay, I was just curious if they had an opportunity to weigh in, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Duquette?
I would say that a public hearing needs to have the public informed that there'll be such a thing and that this is something that's going to happen to the Russell building, and those people that have been those committed members now joining in larger numbers need to have a say from just the 3 people that I had time to contact.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that, this is the public hearing. And for the purposes of, I'll just leave it at that. I mean, we are following the statutory and legal procedures to do this, and that's why we're here today for a public hearing.
There's no public.
Any other comment or deliberation? If not, this will be a roll call vote to continue the hearing to the second meeting in January.
Counselor Duquette?
Yes.
Counselor Howarth?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
I'm still deliberating in my own little mind. Yes.
Counselor Spiro?
No.
Counselor Schreiber?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to old business.
Mr. Mayor, are we able to take a brief recess?
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break. It is 7:33.
Thank you, Haley. See, Melissa's not here to.
Meeting reconvened at 7:38 p.m. Moving on to old business. Next is postponed from our prior 2 meetings is an update, and staff is seeking council direction on the Cedar Street reconstruction project, Lincoln Avenue Vision. I will now yield the floor to Director Ellis and Project Manager Rachel McKinley. Holly and Rachel.
And
Eric.
Eric, yes, we're the capital projects team. So good evening, everyone. There we go. So we're just gonna share a little bit more information and that we've gained from the last council meeting. One of the questions we kind of asked were, well, what was the original problem with this corridor that we were trying to address? And that was the condition of the road, which was exacerbated by stormwater. So we're trying to address the stormwater and the condition of the road, hence the reconstruction. With this project, we're finding that there are potential problems after reconstruction, which is with a smooth pavement, traffic calming concerns, and then as well as tree survival. So we have Okay, 3 topics that we'll go through. We'll start with the silver maple. Then we'll talk about lane width, and then the modal path versus the sidewalk path, and some options that we brought forward that might help bring this project to the next step. So, and the reason why we're coming today is our priority is to really get this design direction finalized for our engineer. So we have a construction bid set within the spring. So we have competitive construction bids to get best pricing. Our goal is also to conduct construction in the spring and summer of this year, or 2026. Well, so what an update since the last meeting is that our the city urban forester and design engineer consulted with a certified arborist and a general contractor. We determined there was a cost estimate for preservation practices around the tree during construction was up to $25,000, and then another $15,000 for post-construction efforts. We discussed a chicane design, which would be a lateral, the road would shift north laterally around the tree, which would also provide traffic calming, the standard practice for traffic calming. A 6-foot wide path or sidewalk at the tree. We identified if these best practices were followed, that there would be a feasible survival rate and still following our city standards for design. A chicane design, it is a common Sandpoint practice. It does provide tree preservation, allows for parking, but also traffic calming. And in this project specifically, it would be in the midsection of the corridor. So if you tried to gain speed, you would be reduced to speed before you could really get a quicker speed, or by the time you got through that corridor within that 5-block length. So our first question is, we were seeking direction on saving the tree, best practices, and the chicane design around the tree, and also traffic calming.
Council members, let's take this bit by bit. Let's first start with this. So saving the tree at a cost, well, efforts to save the tree, no guarantee the tree will be saved at a cost of, what was it, 20,000-ish?
Up to 25,000.
25,000.
We do have staff available, myself, Rachel McKinley, Eric's our urban forester in the room tonight. If it's of interest, we brought our arborist. John Gaddis is here, and our engineer on the project, Dan Taddick. So if appropriate, if you had any questions, the design team is here as well.
Excellent. And saving it, efforts to try to save it, and also the traffic calming chicane, which would help to that effort. So with that, council, any questions for staff on this item? And then let's take a informal or formal action on this.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Spiro.
So if we go the route, the $25,000 route or $15,000 route to save the tree, there's still a possibility of the tree not surviving.
There is. This is a feasibility level. So we've talked to our arborist, and they're highly confident that if we follow these practices, this tree will survive construction and have a good long life.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Howard.
And can you give us an update? What is the health of the tree existing today? Is it still a good, healthy tree? Are there spots of it that are dead and dying? I mean, if we're going to try and save a tree, it hopefully is a healthy tree.
Eric, would you like to weigh in on this one?
Counselor, the tree's in good condition currently. It's obviously quite large. John Gaddis, who we've been consulting with, thinks it has quite a long life ahead of it. And just to give you a little more background on what we would be doing to save the tree, basically the chicane, the lateral shift, gets us further away from the root zone of the tree, so we'd be impacting fewer roots throughout construction. But when the contractor is getting ready to start excavating in this area, We would do what's called air spading around the tree. It's basically shooting compressed air to expose the roots as opposed to digging them and damaging them. Then we know exactly where they are. And then from there, more or less, the contractor can go kind of full speed ahead. The concern is not so much in working directly adjacent to the tree, though that's obviously a concern. It's damaging the roots that we can't see. And when you find them with a large piece of equipment, it can cause a lot more damage than when you find them gently. So those items and the chicane getting further away from the root zone of the tree, less soil compaction, you're giving the roots greater chance to breathe, get oxygen, and we would have far less impact on the tree doing these types of things. It's basically kind of a soft footprint approach. We'd do some pruning of the tree, potentially some pruning of the roots when we find out what's there, what might kind of be in the way. But we'd be doing that with kind of John's collaboration and making sure it's being done properly. And we've got some pretty healthy confidence that it'll remain in good shape. There's no guarantees, of course. It's a tree, and nothing's a given. But if you kind of follow best practices, which is what we're intending to do, we think it has a pretty good chance.
And second question, let's say we do the chicane, do everything we can to preserve that tree. What are the roots going to do to the new surface that we put in? Is it going to upheave that new roadway that we put in? I don't know the depth. I don't know this tree well enough to know the depth of those roots. Is it going to come up and cause us yearly headaches because it's trying to?
The roots will continue to grow, but this tree's pretty mature, so they're not going to grow as quickly or as much as a younger tree. But they will continue to grow. They kind of expand in diameter. But I would guess that the majority of the roots are not under the road surface. Trees don't like to grow under road surfaces. They do in certain cases. We see it through our sidewalks all throughout town, for example. But for there, I would guess that the majority of the roots are on the south side of the road, which is gonna give us less maintenance headaches down the line. There's and what we would see is something probably in that 5 to 10 year range. It's not likely going to be a yearly thing where we've got heaves like a frost heave or something like that in the roadway.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Deb?
I had questions relative to the chicane. So if we are shifting the road to the north here, how does that speak to affecting the cottonwoods that Jane spoke about at the west end? Or are we not going that far with the sidewalk?
I believe the current layout would remove those cottonwoods. The chicane would be in this location of the silver maple, so it's quite a bit east of there. The chicane itself would not likely have an effect on those trees. So if that answers your question.
Not really. So if we're shifting north,
Yes.
then would that push the right of way over down there to leave room for the other trees? I mean, if we're shifting an entire road, I'm just, looking at the bigger picture.
Are you suggesting a second chicane down on the west side in front of these cottonwoods?
The chicane would be
The
in the
chicane's already
proximity of
going north, and I'm assuming those cottonwoods are on the south side because she said they're on a Vista property.
They're quite a bit west of where this silver maple is, probably 400 feet or
Do we have
further.
a picture of?
Yeah, if you look on the screen right here, is on the west side of the corridor. So the chicane wouldn't impact because the chicane actually.
No. I'm saying, would it help them?
Would it
I understand you're going to chicane north. So if we're shifting the roadway over, does it allow for, or are those trees just too far north that the chicane isn't going to have a positive effect on them? Am I making sense now? Is that clear?
No impact. The chicane does not, whether or not to chicane the road does not have an impact on the cottonwood trees.
So if the road's finished down to the end and curbed and sidewalked, those trees are just in the way no matter what.
And I would like to note, Counselor, absolutely sensitive to the nesting, bird nesting that those trees provide. Cottonwoods are on our prohibited tree list.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I was just wondering
Yeah.
and they do mess up roadways more than silver maples. So, I think that is my only question for right now.
So getting back to the specific in this three-part meal we're going to have on this project, the tree preservation efforts and the chicane. Any other questions?
Just on this.
Yeah, and then we're going to jump into the next two, and then we'll adopt the whole thing.
John, do you think that cost estimate is correct on saving the tree? You had the 25K and 15K. Did you pay any attention to that?
Yeah, hi, John Gaddis, ISA certified arborist, PN 94188A. That's my portion or contribution to that was a small bit. So it sounds reasonable. There was a lot that goes into it.
We met with John and got
Okay.
kind of some pricing on the components that we would enlist him for during construction. There's some additional cost for the general contractor we would hire, particularly in kind of slowing down their work to do this. And then there's that kind of 15K that's on the screen there, and that's long-term maintenance, that's mulching and like a 2-year kind of watering contract post-construction. Where we would have a crew, much like we do with the hanging baskets downtown, dump water on the tree a couple times a week.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schreiber.
So that same watering contract and mulching would be used for all the rest of the trees that are being planted in this project area, right?
It could be.
Yeah, so probably spread out over the whole project area, not 15K just for this one tree.
That 15K was a guess. I don't know what a watering contract would cost in this context. I'd be surprised if it exceeded that with a single tree. If it grew to 20 trees, 40 trees, something like that, it could exceed that number.
And we are planning on planting more trees once this project's done in that right away.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll need to mulch and water anyway.
Yeah, and the mulching would of course be a part of the construction contract, but the watering is a separate component.
Gotcha. Thanks. Yeah, I was interested in knowing, but where that cost estimate came from, but I think you did a pretty good job of discussing it. Had one other question, but escaping me at the moment.
We can go back to, I just have a question for maybe our engineer, Dan Taddick or Holly. So the component of this project that concerns me is the water line, and maybe John as well. We cut a trench 12 feet deep, drop a water line. That's going to slice right through, I mean, depending where we put it on this alignment, the drip zone and the roots. Can I assume that line's designed to go right down the middle of the road? Is it going to be on the south side? Can we push it to the north to try to get a little more root ball preservation?
Yeah, absolutely. Dan Taddick with HMH Engineering, project manager on this project. I had similar concerns, to be honest. I think Holly put it well the other day. In engineering school, they don't teach us how to save trees, so John's input was instrumental for me as well. When I had a chance to sit down with John and understood some of the parameters he's looking at, kind of what we established was if we could basically retain 2 feet on the backside of the tree with minimalist infrastructure on the backside, understanding it's either a sidewalk or a pedestrian pathway with shallow excavation, relatively speaking. On the front side, if we could get that lateral shift, that chicane in the roadway, get that curb maybe 4 feet away from the tree was kind of the goal on that side. Once those roots are exposed with the air spade, the arborist would go in and prune or cut or shave those roots And then even within that corridor, so I believe we looked at the storm trench was maybe roughly 8 feet. That's the bigger, deeper trench. That's like a 30-inch storm pipe going through the center of the roadway, basically. Even that deeper, more impactful excavation with those careful exposure of the roots and actually careful pruning rather than the excavator tearing through them, the tree has a much higher likelihood of survival. And I think, John, I don't want to misquote you, but I think the discussions, if we can establish those basic parameters, maybe 90% survival rate was what we were discussing. So I felt a lot better at that point. So the storm is closer, say roughly 8 feet from the tree. The water main is a little further than that. That has to be 10 feet further away on the north side of the roadway. So that should have even less impact on the roots of the tree. But
Thank you.
Yeah, I felt a lot better just with John's guidance on this whole thing.
Appreciate it, everyone. Any other
Mr.
council
Mayor,
questions?
I don't have a
Councilwoman Duquette?
question. I just want to thank you so much for taking the time to really get into this. And I don't want to get emotional, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Makes me proud of the city.
Good.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman.
I remembered my
Brett.
questions.
Go for it.
If we weren't to move forward with saving the tree, would there be any other traffic calming measures implemented? And do we have cost estimates for how much that would cost?
Oh, specifically for the traffic calming measure, the
Right.
cost estimate? Not at this time, because that takes pen to paper, but that next section that we'll talk about is it will be a less cost because Jason gave us a great idea on how we can do something with paint. So that's what we'll share with,
Gotcha.
share with you in that third topic.
And then the last question I had, what's the total project cost expected? Obviously, you don't have a number until it goes out to bid.
I would say, well, our
We want
budget is
to,
2.7.
do we want to say that out loud?
Or just a percentage, I guess. As a percentage of the total project cost, what would this expected to be?
It's a very small percentage.
1% maybe?
Oh, for the tree saving
Yeah,
costs, I think we came up with about 3%.
3%. Okay.
I'm going to try to move this around, council, a little faster. So are there any council members who would object or want to make their objection to the chicane and the efforts to preserve and save the tree? All right, let's move on to the second element of this.
Actually, I put that out of order. So we are going to talk about lane width on the second part because the chicane is one component of it. One thing we wanted just to reiterate is that for our city standard, a collector road has a 12-foot travel lane. This was developed with all of the user groups a part of that adoption and that development. And even during that component, maintenance and utility operators still have strong concerns with this narrow corridor, specifically Cedar, because you do not have the space with parking or additional wiggle room between that you would typically have with either a center turn lane or with vehicle parking on this side. So this also adds, even with 12-foot travel lanes, it was noted that it still adds frustration and difficulty, more hazards, and more liability to an already stressful position. And that was what we wanted to share. And it also, they're concerned that it does decrease their efficiency and effectiveness, especially during those stressful times.
And I'll just add before we move to the next slide, when this project originally went to our operators of our utilities and our street maintenance crew, they had immediate concerns with the 12-foot travel lanes originally. Part of their concern is based on the face of curb to face of curb width and what they're operating with. We have a lot of opportunities in Sandpoint to have more narrow lanes where we have parking on the road or we have bike lanes on the road. But when they're restricted by that curb lane, that 12-foot travel lane made them pretty nervous. So when we had conversations with reducing that to 10.5 feet, they got even more nervous than before. So again, even with that 12-foot travel lane, They expressed concerns with having difficulties with snowplow. We operate with 12 to 14-foot plows in our street crews. Those, of course, don't go down the streets straight. They angle, so they narrow to more 10 to 12 feet. If you look on a later picture in this presentation, you'll notice that when we clear our streets, we're not clearing to the face of curb. That gutter pan stays filled with snow and ice. So our streets crew is requesting for at least 12-foot travel lanes in this corridor so they can have that gutter pan fill in with snow and their equipment can safely get through this street. And again, if we built it per what's on that plan with 24 feet of asphalt, it'll still be the most narrow lane or road that we have in Sandpoint because we don't have parking and we don't have a bike lane.
And that actually takes us to our next slide. So our recommendation is that we would do 24 feet of asphalt and then paint 10.5-foot travel lanes to pilot that traffic calming. So we do provide that flexibility where you still get that narrow feeling, staying in your lane, but we still allow for operators to get down the road and give that buffer as well. So the picture here, it's kind of like this, similar to First Avenue. You do see a bit of a chicane. The paint lines would be almost to that bulb out, that feel, which would typically be your cars and your bulb out. And this brings consistency across the city, still having that feel, but still staying within the city standard.
Here's one more slide. This is the picture I just wanted to highlight to you. You can see how you don't see curb and gutter. It's not exposed. You can see that in this winter, and we will have winter again. It hasn't come yet this year, but you can see how that road has really narrowed and the curb and gutter are entirely covered. That we do have one utility operator still in the room tonight. This was an important issue to him, not to call him out, but if anyone was interested in hearing that perspective straight from the source, Rod might be welcome to share some ideas, but staff is seeking direction and our recommendation is to have our 12-foot city standard lanes and consider the traffic calming via a painting effort, much like we did on Division with 10.5-foot travel lanes to encourage traffic calming, kind of a balanced approach, seeing traffic calming and meeting our operators where they'd like to be with the equipment that they have, with the lateral shift of saving the tree.
All right, so council members, I guess the other thing that I didn't hear was is that even if we went with the 24-foot widths, and I know all the perspectives on that, we could then paint. Did you catch that? And I was distracted.
I hope we covered it,
Okay.
but we can go over that again.
I get it.
Okay, good. So with that, council members, any thoughts, questions, concerns? I know we have a standard. It's been raised that if we do this on every street, although it's enjoyable to design and come up with unique solutions for our corridors, we could end up with a haphazard, street layout and design. But at this point, let's try to figure out where we're at on this one. So who wants to start off?
Mr. Mayor.
All yours, Kyle.
Yeah, so if we widened from 21 to 24 feet, what would be the additional project cost? I mean, it's what, like 20 or 15% more asphalt, more road base, bigger stormwater maybe, more snow storage.
I have to apologize. You asked this question at the last meeting, and I meant to have that number prepared for you, and I don't. I don't have a. I'm looking at our here. It's not an easy percentage calculation. It's materials.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm not sure I have a great answer for you either. The estimate we turned in with the current design that had the 12-foot travel lanes and the sidewalk on either side. That estimate is currently, well, I don't know if we wanted to talk about that too, but I guess going down to 21 would certainly be a reduction in what was currently estimated. Obviously, you spoke to it. You're reducing your area of asphalt, you're also reducing that road section. So there would be some cost savings. I think the concern, and I echo this, I worked as a city engineer for 11 and a half years, and I always treated the maintenance guys as like the client in that perspective. They're the guys out there every day having to deal with the issues, and I guess I would encourage council to consider what they have to say and their experiences and concerns, and understand that we make decisions, and sometimes, even as city engineers, as a staff person, I made decisions, and I was always cognizant of making sure that things that I choose to do or design decisions we make, that ultimately that they're the guys that have to live with it. And I would really encourage maybe getting their perspective on this one, because Holly spoke to it, but it is significant. And when you see that corridor there, that's probably 30 some feet of asphalt, probably face of curb, which is pretty much a standard residential is 34 face of curb when you include the parking on either side. And you look how narrow that is, going down to essentially 21. That width would represent, if you can imagine the narrowest point of downtown at a point of a bulb out, that would be about the entire distance or the entire corridor from Division to Lincoln would be that narrow. That choke point that you experience downtown, that's pretty much what you'd see for the whole corridor. So that gives it maybe a little bit of perspective. It would be extremely narrow, and to Holly's point, I don't think there's another curb and gutter roadway in Sandpoint that would be that narrow, just because most of the time you're either dealing with a center turn lane for the bigger corridors or parking on either side or both sides for many corridors. So considering their issues and concerns, that would be my professional recommendation, would be what staff is suggesting in the 24. And I think the 10.5-foot painted lanes offer that kind of balance, and considering both perspectives, both the traffic calming and the maintenance consideration, because you got really both elements are significant, and don't want to diminish either one, but I think it provides that balance that we're looking for. So.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that. The National Association of City Transportation Officials recommends 10 feet in urban areas. And so I'm just curious how other cities who are adhering to that national standard accomplish snow removal and things like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one specifically. AASHTO standards, which is the national standard for roadways and transportation design, recommends 10 to 12 feet for collector roadways, which we classify as, with allowances in individual cases for situations like snow removal, situations like design speed. There's lots of variables in there. So from a strictly textbook definition, would 10.5 fit the textbook? Absolutely. Would it make life more difficult for the maintenance personnel? Absolutely, listening to what they have to say. Would it be a little cheaper in terms of roadway costs? Yeah, sure, it would be cheaper in the capital side. One issue you can think about with this too is having narrower lanes, narrower roadway in general, just backing out of your driveway, and we have a lot of driveway approaches along this corridor. When you have big piles of snow and you have less real estate to do that maneuver, you're backing into the lane, could create a hazard where you're now backing into the oncoming traffic the other direction. So there's a number of considerations, but there's lots of design standards, there's design guidance. None of those are hard and fast rules per se. The Sandpoint standard of the 12-foot lanes was largely developed in the adopted, I guess, in the urban area transportation plan from 2009 originally. And that's what Rachel was speaking to with all the individuals and groups that participated in that process. And if you look at those roadway sections that were developed through that, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, you may find a collector roadway with an 11-foot travel lane, but you won't find any with smaller travel lanes. And downtown, for example, I believe downtown, there may be portions where you have 11.5, I believe might be the minimum. going from memory there, where you also have some parking adjacent. Those are the areas where they have ability to get those plow blades out further and not perhaps impact the oncoming traffic or the adjacent travel lane. And they can just more safely maneuver and get the snow cleaned up without either damaging the curb or perhaps risking some kind of a collision or accident with vehicles in the other lane.
Thanks. And then one more question. With paint, are we talking like fake bike lanes painted on the sides, or are we talking an oversized center lane? What is that paint?
Basically a fog line. If you imagine, you got your center line painted out, but just that white fog line that you'll see along, many roadway edges. You don't see it typically too often on like urban streets with curb and gutter necessarily, unless there is a parking lane, but the addition of those fog lines, those white lines on either side, it would create basically a 3-foot-ish space on that side. You don't want to give the impression necessarily that's a bike lane. So what I would encourage or suggest is that the sharrows go in the roadway as well. So that would be clear that that space is for the shared users.
Okay. Have you ever seen conflicts between cyclists and pedestrians or cyclists and vehicles where vehicles mistake that for a bike lane and then get angry at the bike for not being in the bike lane?
Oh, I see all kinds of conflicts between bikers and drivers. I mean, whether there's a bike lane or no bike lane or shared lanes, I think the sharrows should help alleviate hopefully some of that confusion and where people should be. And I think the sharrows also, I think, serve as a traffic calming measure in and of itself. Between the sharrows, the painted fog line to show the 10.5 lane width, like Division, I think was a good example. And the chicane, which is coincidentally about middle of the project. It's not exactly middle of the project, but east to west, it's roughly middle. You'll have that calming effect like Rachel spoke to. You only have a block and a half if you're getting up to max speed before you have to slow down to make that S curve type maneuver. And then you got about another block and a half of the project to the west. So between those three measures, I guess, including the sharrow, it feels like we're doing a good job of traffic calming, and certainly above and beyond what is maybe common or typical in most corridors in Sandpoint.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other council questions? Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, more.
All yours, Deb.
I just have a couple statements. So, newer designs often use narrower lanes. We've already said that factors influencing with municipalities set their own standards, traffic needs, higher traffic need wider streets. Local streets can use narrower lanes, 10 foot. We're not parking on the street, so the plowing piece isn't going to run into those cars. That's going to be a non-issue. Wider lanes encourage higher speeds, narrower designs decrease and promote pedestrian safety, modern trends. Many communities moving towards right-sided streets, using narrower lanes to calm traffic, even with in standard right-of-ways, prioritizing walking and biking. So we already have all talked about that. I'm going to move on really quickly from that. Building a street that may need plowing 10 to 20 times a year, that's 10 to 20 days in the year. So are we looking at the other 300 days of the year where we're just using this for regular cars, pedestrian traffic? It's a link between park and library. So that's where my struggling point is. I feel so much for the streets guys, but sometimes change is hard. And maybe we need to have some room to have an experimental street and see how it goes. Maybe it goes better than we thought it was going to go. Maybe we never get snow again the way the winter's looking, and we won't ever have to plow our streets, but I'm really hoping that doesn't happen. So the other comment I would make is if we are a little narrower, maybe that allows for a whole extra foot for the tree that we're going to spend money to chicane around. So we get a little extra there to help that tree. And then my other comment would be back to the chicane in that
Have we considered starting that chicane a little sooner where all the aspens are, and how does that play into the sidewalk? I don't really need an answer for that. It was just sort of a statement to put out there. If we're going to save one tree, if we have an opportunity to chicane, another 50 feet further down the road to make sense for a bunch of trees, why wouldn't we do that? And then I'm kind of good with the paint, but I have a feeling that over time the paint sort of goes away. We've had sharrows before that never have gotten repainted in a lot of places. And so that always sort of shifts and changes. It's not permanent. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember or Councilwoman Rule.
Go ahead. May, could staff speak to if there's no parking on this road, if that changes anything?
The concern with the hazards is oncoming traffic. So the concern is not that we'd hit a parked car, but the concern is that as that roadway narrows, our street equipment will take quite a bit of the corridor, and we have oncoming traffic, and we might not have enough room for passing. And I mean, at a minimum, you would see side mirrors being taken off and insurance claims from that perspective. You might see a scenario where you have an impasse and cars aren't able to pass. And I'm not sure what that scenario would look like when you have a road and two vehicles can't fit through there from a width perspective, but it's oncoming traffic. That's the concern. Damaging curb as well.
Go ahead, Joel.
Rick.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
You're all yours, Rick.
Thank you. So I'm very much in favor of the 24-foot wide. I think that's as narrow as we want to go. I very, very much appreciate the cost concern, and you're right. Less asphalt, everything else is going to be slightly cheaper. My counter to that would be, if that is truly a cost savings, we would see more cities around us adopt these narrower lanes. Travel the Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, Spokane, you name it. You don't see 10.5-foot roadways very often. So if the cost saving was really a cost savings, we would see it proliferating everywhere because everyone would take advantage of that. I think what we would find out is that the street crews costs would go up, having to go plow narrower roads, and any savings that we might get from the construction, we would see eaten up in operating costs. And we do, by the way, we already do have a street, a demo street. It's called 6th Avenue, where we tried narrower lanes with the bulb out, and it was a disaster. I don't think we need to do that again on Cedar. We've already learned that that was too narrow. The people couldn't plow it, or the street crews couldn't plow it. We've already done a demonstration that didn't work. I think we ought to listen to our maintenance crews. In a normal winter, we have more than 30 days that snow sits on our streets. So I would say 24, I think 24 is already as narrow as you want to go. And any cost savings you think you're going to get from narrower is not going to actually manifest itself.
Mr. Mayor.
Pam.
Yeah, I remember Bill Dean talking about how delightful neighborhoods are with 10-foot road.
Yeah, no doubt. In the planning world, it's always sort of a balance between maintenance and context and the fabric and emergency response.
Road guy?
Wes is gone, but Rod, you operate on snow. Rod's head of our collections and distribution system.
And so we get everybody.
But he also serves as a operator when it's snowing.
28 years.
28 years. Wow.
29.
This could be normal.
Hit it.
You're going to have to repeat your question and please speak up because
okay.
I don't have my hearing aid then.
All right. It was actually Councilwoman.
I think the question, Rod, is what, as an operator out there, what's your take on this? And if it's 10-foot lanes, what's it mean?
I would prefer to have a wider street there.
Right. But just that one road.
We have a lot of driveways on the north side of that road going down. And then when you get from Madison down, or you got the apartments up there. So basically we got that bare property up there where Avista owns. I took these pictures, by the way. So that's me in the plow truck right there going down 6th Street. I could not make it through those cars. We had parking on both sides at that time. Now we have parking on one side. I took the other picture on Division. I'm running the grader. It's got a 14-foot, 12-foot mow board right there. That's Division. And we're looking at Miller's Crossing up there where Baldy Mountain is. And we all know how wide Division is up there. You got your blade angled. You're going by those driveways, you're dropping your gate so we don't bury the driveways. You get past that 20-foot driveway, your blade's loaded up. You've got to get rid of that snow. You lift that gate and you've got to let it slide. And when you have a narrow street, and we're talking a street with curb to curb, you keep, every time you plow, you're moving more, a little bit more and more out to get rid of that snow. And then we have to come back and high blade and push that berm into that area between the curb and the pedestrian path it's going to go in. So it does create more maintenance. It doesn't snow all year round. We know that, especially the last few years. We've hardly plowed. But then you talk about your summer months and stuff. If I've got to go in there and have the crews fix a water meter or a sewer issue or something, our back truck's 40 feet long, 10 feet wide. I need to create safe corridors, safety for my crews. I'm going to close that road off. There's a possibility I can keep a lane open if the streets was a little bit wider. Our typical streets with curb to curb, you have either parking path or 4-foot pedestrian, Cheros bike path. So that's it.
Rod,
Didn't help really.
I had a question. We just tonight got consent to purchase a 772 John Deere grader, which according to a quick search with the blade down and extended has a 15-foot width. Is that?
I don't know what the mow board
Right.
width or what the blade width is.
But the question is, are there mid-size and in the future, could we look, does a smaller or mid-size grader effectively
Possibility.
move snow as well for our needs?
Yeah, and I've done that for utilities over the last 5 years, and you guys have approved the new equipment for the utilities department. I have downsized a little bit, downsized equipment a little bit. Still have a 12-yard dump truck. We did go get a mini. We got a mini excavator and stuff. So we're trying.
Yep.
So, but the vac truck is our lifesaver. So you've seen that truck, big, it's got the snorkel tube on the front. With all the underground utilities going in, and Avista's going to they're going to have to redo their power, the gas. They're going to have to redo the gas main on Cedar Street. We're replacing the water main on Cedar Street as part of the project. We're going to upsize from a 6-inch water main to an 8-inch water main and move the meters in the location where the crew can fix them. So they're not up by the houses. And right now they're 12 feet up there, and they're in the right, mixed right up in them with the utility lines, all the underground power and stuff. So I do know Vista's going to begin Cedar Street replacing the gas main coming up. Our sanitary sewers in the middle of Cedar Street. So you the little round ring and lids. It's in fairly good shape. We're not planning on doing anything with that except replacing some laterals, and we're going to be digging down and capping those off. Problem with Cedar Street, it has no storm system. It cuts through people's yards and meanders through. It needs a storm system. You got to have a 10-foot separation between water, sewer, and storm. So then you got a 20-foot. Your utilities are 20 feet apart. So.
And I think to hit on that, you like your utilities under your roadway. So when you have a more narrow roadway, you don't have the opportunities to get the utilities under there.
We have quite a few areas in the town back in the day. Let's put them in the alleys, sewer mains, or through an easement. I can give you an example of a sewer main that we have I'm not even sure how we're gonna maintain it. We try to do our best. Willow Street, which is off of Cedar, it's a little colder. We have a sewer main that goes through there, through behind the houses that front Cedar Street, and then turn and go behind the houses that are on Madison. Each property owner has a fence that's a foot apart, back to back. We know the sewer main is there. Luckily, we haven't had any issues since it was installed. How are we going to get in there to repair it if it fails? And that's a city utility. So yes, I do want the underground utilities in the right of way, meters in the right of way, or on the backside of the curb or sidewalk, depending on, because we're putting swales in there. We're putting swales in there.
Shallow, yeah.
Shallow swales. So when we went through the first design, we took all that. In fact, we sat down with Dan. And where we could, we were going to put the meters between the curb and the sidewalk. There might be some places where we have to put them on the backside of the sidewalk. That will actually be on the people's property. Because the sidewalk is, on the backside of the sidewalk is their right of way. It's where our right of way ends and their property starts. So, snow, summer, let me throw the trees in the mix. And good luck with that.
Thanks, Rod. Any questions for Rod?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's important, as we sit up here, I've heard a lot of good comments from council and I appreciate them. But I think it's very important that we listen to our staff who's in their day-to-day. Things on paper look great, but I think real life is a little different sometimes. It's a give and take sometimes. We're giving money to save a tree. To some of you, that's very important. And I think to give a little asphalt for our crew and our city is, I think it's a fair trade-off. And I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation of a 24-foot asphalt with 10.5 painted travel lanes to provide traffic calming and lateral shift. So I think it's a fair trade-off considering saving the trees and trying to take care of our staff.
I will leave one more comment. We plow the whole town in one day in Sandpoint. We do. We have had a change in our snow policy where we have 3 different zones. We have downtown. Priority 1 is all our main arterials for cops, firemen, whatever. So if we get more than a couple inches, I don't know, what is it, 2 inches or 3 inches, 2 inches? We're getting pulled off of residential. We're going back to priority 1. If downtown's getting more snow, that's a priority. Downtown area core is priority 2. We have done it in the last few years where we go down there and we plow the travel lanes downtown and just kind of push it off the curb. Our travel lanes downtown, we just kind of get it over there. We're trying not to plug the cars that are parking, but we're clearing the streets so nobody's spinning out and doing. And then if we get those cleared up, we go back to residential. And you're sitting in there for 12 hours a day and you go and going by driveways and trying to get rid of that snow. It's a long day. So a wider street would help us out.
Thanks, Rod. There's a motion from
Second.
Joel and a second by Deb to maintain the 24-foot hard surface. Any discussion?
Yes, so a motion for direction here. Are we also speaking to the sidewalk width?
That's the third part of this meal here.
The third part of the meal. Okay. Do we need to?
Let's just try to get consensus on this item. So Joel and Mo moved, Deb second to keep the 24-foot widths. Any other discussion before we vote on that?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm very, cognizant of the impact that this would have on our street staff. I also want to remind all my fellow counselors of the testimony we heard during comp plan where a resident of this neighborhood very tearfully told us about how a speeding driver hit her pet out in front of her house. And so I think we need to be aware of how our decisions affect the people who live on this street every single day of their lives. You know, I recognize this doesn't fit our current standards, but those standards haven't been updated in more than a decade. And I think this is closer to what the national city standards are, not the highway standards. But we're actually still 5% above what the national city standards recommend. So I would still push my fellow counselors to go for the 10.5-foot lanes. And as for the paint, for the reasons that have already been mentioned, I don't think it's going to be effective. And if it is effective, it won't be effective for very long.
Mr. Mayor.
Rick, go ahead.
Councilor Shriver, I totally agree with you about the speed concern. There are other ways to achieve speed reduction other than narrower lanes. And so if speed on this is a concern, even at, if we did approve 24-foot lanes, if speed was still a concern, what do you call them? I call them speed bumps. You call them something.
Tabletops.
Tabletops. So there are other ways that we can go calm the traffic and still have the wider lane to support the city crew. So I'm with you that speed could be a concern. There are other ways we can go manage that.
Mr. Mayor,
Deb, go ahead.
I'm going to assume that snowplows don't love tabletops either, so.
If I could speak to that, you said change is hard, give and take. Our street operators understand that. They understand traffic calming is a priority. And so they've said, yeah, they're a little bit annoying, but we are totally supportive of speed tables. So they support those if that was something we wanted to add to this corridor.
Mr. Mayor, I kind of like your idea of a smaller blade plow.
I just have a question. I don't get to vote, of course, but so let's look at Ontario. It's 36 feet wide. I'm measuring some cars there that are about 8 feet when parked on both sides. So it's 36 minus 16 brings us down to 20, sorry. Obviously, those cars aren't always there, but on a very wide street with 2 cars, aren't we still just dealing with a 20-foot and maybe Rod 20-foot? How do you handle something like Ontario when you got 2 8-foot vehicles parked and you only have a 20-foot aisle effectively? Are you following me? Am I making sense? Like in front of Memorial Field.
Yeah. You gate around the car,
Yep.
you pull it around, and then there's an empty spot, and then you're able to get rid of the snow. I had provided, I don't know, Rachel has used a picture, but like when we got the back truck out, we've got that wider street, that parking area. We can get the back truck off to the side. We can cone traffic on a wider street, hopefully not close it off and detour people. We can keep 2 lanes of traffic with coning on a wider street. Those are our main arterials, though. But we're talking residential.
And we do have the policy where there's parking on one side of the street in the winter months. So
That's a good point.
as long as we have compliance, we have parking on just one side. If we did have parking on 2 sides, and that's in our operator's way, we reach out to our lovely police team and they help tow vehicles so that our plows can get through.
Thanks for that clarification.
Cedar is not a park on the street.
Correct. Yeah, no parking. All right, council, we've got a motion and a second. So that's to keep 24-foot asphalt widths. So it'll be a roll call vote.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
No.
Counselor Schreiber,
No.
Counselor Rule.
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
All right. You want to go the other way? Someone want to make a motion to maintain the 10-foot?
I would make a motion to go for 11. I'm going to compromise somewhere in the middle.
I second.
He started.
Okay, motion by Deb, second by Kyle for 11-foot travel lane, finding that middle ground.
Counselor Howarth,
Do we have discussion?
Yes, discussion. Sorry.
You were calling on me for discussion. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll do it properly, Mr. Mayor.
You're recognized.
I would just encourage the council to really think about standards for the city. And every time that you're making unique streets, in the end, we can come up with a cluster of ideas that make driving through Sandpoint unbearable for everybody. And so I would say if you want to go to 11 feet, first ought to be go and say, let's change the standard and get everybody to agree to go change the standard versus doing it on one street.
Other council discussion?
Would, Mr. Mayor?
You're recognized, Kyle.
So would that mean postponing this project and going and addressing the standards before we move forward with this? And how long has this project been in the works?
Putting it off.
2 years.
2 years.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, just the preliminary design.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree and disagree with Mr. Howarth. I would say that we go with what's the standard of our city right now?
12-foot is our standard.
Right, so that's the standard. Then we go and change it if we need to. But I'd like to just make a couple comments to the dog comments, and then my heart goes out to anybody who loses an animal. I too lost an animal very close to me in our street because the guy driving, but didn't blame the driver. The dog wasn't on a leash. You know, we have to take full responsibility for ourselves in those particular situations. It's sad, but I'm personally not going to change the whole standard based off my animal that I was responsible for. And when it comes to cost savings, going and buying new machines that are smaller and everything, actually, that's not a cost savings. Now, if we're going to be adapting to these streets, we're actually spending more money in doing that. So that's just my quick thought process and counter to that. But I'm still with Rick. I agree if we want to go back and change the standard, yes, but keep what we have now.
Any other discussion?
I like unique. I like
All right.
Sandpoint unique.
This will be a roll call vote. Going with 11 foot.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, council members. And the final bit of this street.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a clarification? Were we also voting on the?
That one was unanimous consent or no objection. First button. Oh, Rachel, almost there.
Three?
Yeah.
So just pulling forward, these are a few plans, and I'm highlighting Cedar here just so we identify, again, it's a collector road. It's a priority 3 in our snow plow response plan. In our pedestrian priority network, it is not identified within that network, starting at the library going west to Lincoln. Yeah, west of Lincoln. Just also highlighting that in our bicycle priority network, it was also not identified as a priority for Cedar. And this is from our 2021 multimodal plan. So the question goes, should this corridor have multimodal path, or should it have our city standard of the 2 sidewalks on each side? So I kind of did this exercise, and so I'm going to walk through this because it may not, trying to explain it because there's so many factors. So with each option, we had option 1, which was the modal path on the south side and then put the modal path where there was not sidewalk. Option 2 was a continual modal path on the south side. Option 3 was sidewalks on north side and south side. And then from the last meeting, there was discussion about a modal path on the north side. So all these have various impacts to the corridor and what's already there. So just running down this, there's a check if it reduces impact or has no impact to these features. Existing sidewalk, not removing existing sidewalk, option 1 and 3. would reduce or have no impact on existing sidewalks. Around the Silver Maple, that one didn't have, sorry, we were just kind of putting this together. So it would have wouldn't have an impact. And actually number 2 also wouldn't have an impact. So I do apologize. That should have an X in that. So we would, and I say that none of that would have the impact because at that specific location, we could narrow. So that would be part of that, why it doesn't have an impact with any of those. The modal path on the south side, there would be impact with power poles, with any of the modal path. But the sidewalk and the modal path on the north side would have no impact with power poles. Conflicts with driveways, something that we did, we were brought to light from staff was that when you have driveways with the modal path, you actually have a lot of conflict points that are not expected when people are backing out. They usually have that visual of either concrete, we know someone's coming down, that's not my driveway, but with the asphalt modal path, that looks continuous with their driveway, so they may not expect somebody coming so quickly, such as on a bike. So typically modal paths or bike routes really want to have continuous limited conflict, just like I would say like on Lincoln, as you're coming down, that modal path really has conflict with street crossing. So that was something that was brought to our attention. So the modal paths would have conflicts with driveways and wanted to bring that to light. And then also, does this follow our MT, our plan, our multimodal plan? Does this follow city standard, and does it follow our complete streets? And all of them do follow our complete streets, which is our policy to make sure that we're accommodating for both, for all active users as well as traffic.
So Rachel, the X's actually in another world would be green checks saying.
Green checks,
These
yeah.
are good. Okay,
Yeah,
X's are
green checks,
good.
Yeah.
So by my reading of this chart, if we went with sidewalks on the north and south side, our typical standard that presents the least conflicts, the least ripping out of any new or old sidewalk, and seems to meet all the standards the best. Council understand that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Cal.
Yeah, about a year ago, we gave our city engineer the green light to decide where we were going to require homeowners to install sidewalks. And in fact, we gave them the power to decide where they weren't even allowed to build their own sidewalks and have to pay into the in lieu so that we could put sidewalks somewhere else where it made more sense, a more continuous path somewhere else rather than one house of sidewalk. So, you know, I really like the intent of the complete streets policy, but considering that there's no sidewalk on the north side of Cedar to connect to east of Division, that's my holdup about spending money on the sidewalk on the north side of Division at this point when there's so many other streets in our town that have no sidewalks whatsoever. If we had a continuous sidewalk on the south side of the street, I think that would fill the intent of that complete streets ordinance while allowing us to use that savings somewhere else in our system. Like the presentation showed, it's not, this section of road isn't identified in our bike pedestrian priority network. So it's not something that the multimodal plan identifies as a high need for sidewalks. And I think one continuous sidewalk that does connect on the other side of Division going all the way into downtown might be sufficient. But I'm only comfortable with that if we do realize that savings somewhere else in our system.
Thanks, Cal.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Deb.
I guess my comments would be is that our pedestrian priority is a little bit older also. We've had a lot of, this connects the park to the library and then over into the schools. So I think if we end up putting some sidewalks here, I think they will come. There's been a lot of new houses built, and I believe we spoke to how we're going to get to the sewer tonight, where a lot of those new developments have gone in on the north side, and then on the south side, we have that newer apartment complex that went in. So I think there's a really high number of newer households in this area that could benefit both from having sidewalk on both sides. But I do appreciate what you're saying, Kyle, and kind of spreading the money out. But I think on this particular street, because of the park and the library, I like the idea of 2 sidewalks.
Any other council comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Pam.
would the sidewalk on the north side take out trees?
The proposed sidewalk on the
Right.
north side does not have any tree removal. We do have tree removal just on that south side.
Yeah, and there is one section of sidewalk on the north side
Right,
with the
just a little.
trees just across from
Right,
the,
it's a short one.
it's very short, yeah. But those street trees are well established as well.
All right.
My last comment would be, we would try to maneuver around any trees with sidewalk, though. That's our usual standard, correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we have. It's actually in our standard detail. We detail how we maneuver around trees and try to save them.
Staff, could I ask you to go back to the matrix so the council could make a motion based on one of those options? Is there a motion for 1 through 5?
I'd make a motion to approve number 3.
And a second.
Moved by Deb, second by Pam for sidewalks on the north side and south side. Any discussion? Any objection? Sounds unanimous. All right, staff, you have your marching orders. Excited to see that project move forward.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your patience.
Work.
Thanks, Stan. Thanks, John, so much for being here. And thanks, Eric. Moving on, new business. Council will consider an application for the TAP program for a project on Superior Street. Holly, you get the floor again.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We have another transportation alternative program available to us, and the proposal is to use those funds for Superior Street. This would be considered phase 1. So existing connectivity to orient yourself, we're on Superior Street between the Byway and First Avenue. On the map in front of you, you'll see Superior Street, the corridor that we're speaking to tonight. And yellow is highlighting where we have existing sidewalk. Everywhere else along this roadway, there's not formal sidewalk or pathways. You do see a desire line on the north side on that lefternmost parcel. You see that people do walk along this area and they're just making their own footpath. The proposed project is outside of our 2012 downtown design guide. It was also further adopted and refined in our 2020 multimodal transportation plan and is identified as a capital improvement project. This entire project is estimated around $1 million. This would be improvements on both sides of Superior. We're looking at multi-use pathways on the south side, multi-use pathways on the north side, planter strips in between the travel lanes, parking on both sides of the street, and then a median along this area to provide kind of a gateway entrance, traffic calming, maybe a pedestrian refuge island. So it's a really important project to our picking up from our downtown phase 3 project. This would be a really nice way to continue that corridor and connect folks on this portion of Superior. I missed one piece here. We do have a multi-use path on the north side of those buildings. So the Serenity Lee Trail comes from the Welcome Center and it connects behind those businesses to our downtown. It's a pretty informal pathway, but it exists today and it was frequently repaved or recently repaved.
Holly, on that pathway, though, it's my understanding there's no clarity on public right to use that. Is that right?
That's our understanding. So we've not found any easements. It's a very informal pathway. People use it today, but we don't see that there's actually an easement to support that use. What this project would propose to support is moving forward the south side of this project, putting in some type of multimodal or sidewalk pedestrian network on the south side of Superior. Kind of the reason we were honed in on that south side is that we have a lot of decisions to make on what this corridor is going to look like. Recently, the community development team took this concept to our Ped Bike Committee, and they had comments on the north side on how wide they wanted that multi-use path to be, what parking might look like on this corridor. We want to take this concept to all of our committees. Kicking off this project would be a really good start. Getting input from our urban forester, our sustainability, or even our parks might have an important part here as the welcome centers to the north. Starting on the south side kind of gives us the opportunity to have those conversations and still apply for this grant today. We know we're going to want some multimodal pedestrian network on that south side and a planter strip. So by moving forward on that south side, we have a solid grant application, and we're able to move on a portion of this project. So what is a TAP grant? The purpose of this grant is to provide alternative modes of transportation. This is an LTAC administered federal grant. We've received multiple of these in the past, so it is federal funds that we're using. The maximum award is $500,000, so we'd be able to support half of this project. There is a 7.34 local match. We can use those funds for design and construction. Again, we're needing to follow federal guidelines. So during design, we would need to do an environmental assessment. In construction, we'd have prevailing wage and the BABA requirements. Property acquisition is not allowed under this funding. Under this funding scenario, we would look at fiscal year 28 for design. That gives us a lot of time to hit the ground running with planning, go to all of our committees and commissions and the public. So it's going to be a really big project if we're wanting to pursue it. And then the budget for construction would come in fiscal year 29, and we'd have city match by our general fund. And this is a good image here. You can see that even though there's not formal multimodal connection here, people are using this corridor on that north side. The request to council is to authorize staff to submit a transportation alternative program, LTAC.
Don't have any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Deb.
Just one real quick question. So we're kind of designing down first toward Superior, and then we have this piece of Superior, and I'm just wondering about how that potential roundabout does fit in there or would fit in there, if we're even going to really make it to Superior. So, I mean, it sounds like a great idea, but I just have a question, just curious about that, I guess.
It's a great question. There's a lot of questions on this project. There's a lot of design efforts and things we need to figure out before now, and even starting design, really. We do have in that Downtown to Streets design guide, there's a concept for a roundabout that ties really well into this concept. Okay. So we do have a concept for what a roundabout would look like and how it would tie into this previous concept I have on the screen.
Okay, so as in the design process, we would kind of design it all together and as all the funds come for it. Okay, that was really the curiosity there. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. I would entertain a motion to approve staff's application for a TAP grant.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Kyle.
I've said a lot about my thoughts on pedestrians in this corridor, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse on that, but I just feel like there are so many needs in our community, and I don't think that $500,000 is money well spent here. I don't particularly like the design. I think we should definitely look I know it's not part of phase one, but medians are, we should definitely talk to our streets crew about how they feel about medians before we go down that road. But even just this phase one, I think is money that could be spent somewhere else. I know it beautifies in preparation for a big greenfield development, but I think we should be looking at our existing residents.
Any other council discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette? No. Counselor Dick? Oh, sorry, he's not here tonight.
Wait.
Counselor Howard?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber?
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to a pedestrian and council consideration direction on establishing a commercial property assessed capital expenditure C-PACE program for the city. This is going to Jason.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Oh, my mouth is here. So one of the goals that the mayor has established for me as the Planning and Community Development Director is to focus on opportunities to promote economic development in Sandpoint. In so doing, I came across and learned about the C-PACE equity program. This is a program that was enabled by state law in July of 2024. There are 38 states that have C-PACE programs on their adopted by the legislatures. And the state enabling legislation is basically establishes the rules under which municipalities or counties can adopt a C-PACE program. So I assume you've read my staff report. I'm actually going to hand this off to a guest presenter here. Clerk, is Don still on the call? Oh, wow. Good for him. I told him he'd probably be out of here by 7 tonight, so he's a little later than he expected. But I'm going to hand it off to Don here in a moment. As far as Sandpoint's, the possibility of Sandpoint enacting a C-PACE program, we would become the 6th city in the state of Idaho. I think the staff report mentioned the other cities. Coeur d'Alene was the first. It kind of pioneered this program. And just to give my brief introduction, this is a program that would allow local developers looking at investing in Sandpoint to harness financing that is not otherwise available without us adopting this program. In order to do redevelopment projects of old sites that are not meeting any sort of modern energy efficiency standards, or implement new development in Sandpoint that is held to a very high environmental standard, green energy, green infrastructure, that sort of thing. So I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to hand it off to Don here, who I met with a couple weeks ago when exploring the C-PACE program, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about how Sandpoint could benefit from this program.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak. And Jason, I think you did a fine job, at least, initiating the discussion. So I'll work to fill in any gaps. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. So hopefully this works. Is my presentation showing?
It is working on it right now.
All right.
Yes.
All right, great. And again, I know we're getting late in the evening, so I'll try and be brief, but at the same time, as I like to say, bright to keep people, kind of going here, because I know I'm towards the end of the meeting. So C-PACE, what my objective here is I really want to make sure that you guys leave with a strong understanding of what it is, and with the idea of, the request being of, an adoption of the program. So from an agenda perspective, I'm going to quickly go through, background to give you context of the program, talk a bit about, C-PACE in Idaho, talk about the, what are the actual types of real estate properties and what kinds of improvements are eligible for C-PACE funding, talk about the benefits, explain a bit about just high level what the process looks like, mention some safeguards, and then, wrap it up with some, questions, Q&A. So first and foremost, what is C-PACE? Jason did a reasonable job in terms of explaining what it is, but at its core, C-PACE is an economic development financing tool, right? And the word itself is an acronym. It stands for Commercial Property Assessed Capital Expenditure. The program itself has been around roughly 15 years. It started about 2010, but it really kind of came into vogue and higher use, if you will, around 2014. And it has continued to grow both in adoption and use across the US ever since. And for clarity, is that what the program does is it allows, as private builders, developers, as well as existing property owners to access private capital. And I want to emphasize it's private. It is not public funding. It's not a tax credit. It's not a grant. It's nothing like that. It is truly private capital. They have access to this to fund building improvements that are specifically related to energy efficiency, water conservation, and resiliency, seismic type improvements. And the genesis of this program, just to kind of give you a little bit of history, is a lot of states and arguably local municipalities started looking around at their existing building stock and started to recognize that it was becoming tired, old, and owners weren't investing in the properties to make them better. And by better, we mean more energy efficient and resilient. So this program was developed as an incentive tool, a source of capital that these owners and developers can access to make their buildings better, i.e. more energy efficient. The unique part of the program is the loan, if you want to look at it that way, the money is paid back via a special it's a special assessment. It's essentially a voluntary property assessment lien on the actual property. They typically run upwards of 30 years, and the Idaho legislation allows them to go up to 30 years. And that's, but it's technically predicated on the useful life of the improvements you make. But typically those improvements, get you to that 30-year point. As Jason mentioned, it's now actually in 39 states across the US. You can kind of see here, the light gray ones are essentially where it doesn't exist, and the lighter cream color ones where it's been a pass, but local programs have not yet been stood up. So again, as I said, it is heavily used throughout the United States. As I mentioned, the adoption has grown. To date, there's almost been $10 billion that has been funded in these programs, over 3,500 projects, and you can see the hockey stick growth of the actual adoption and use as the years go by, and it is becoming much and much more predominantly used in projects across the U.S. Jason mentioned the Idaho legislation. It passed July of 24, and Coeur d'Alene just stood up their program less than a year ago. As Jason mentioned, they were the first, but little by little, more and more municipalities are implementing these programs. Boise just passed theirs. I think it was August. I'm actually talking to other municipalities around there about adopting the program. And one thing I will mention is the program can be adopted at the local level, either by the county or the city. And, for whatever reason, to date, so far, it's just been the certain cities in Idaho that have been doing the adopting or standing up the program. And then the way it works, obviously, is the local governments adopt the resolution, then, you establish a program, you do get to define the boundaries. It's typically within the city limits. One thing that is required is that there has to be somebody who serves as the program administrator, who would review applications, and I'll talk about process here in just a second, and ensure the recording of the lien. We've already mentioned the cities where it exists today. Sandpoint would be the sixth. What properties and improvements are eligible? Off to the right here, you can see a list of different types of commercial. Think of it as essentially any commercial property that can be taxed or have an assessment put on it is eligible. And it's not listed here. I want to just point out that nonprofits who own real estate, that they can actually opt in and have a voluntary assessment put on their real estate, so that nonprofits are eligible for this. It's really the public or government owned properties that are not. I want to point out too is that the program was and still does emphasize energy efficiency, resiliency, water conservation, those sorts of things. But in many ways, it funds a lot of the improvements that you're already doing. Think of it as your MEP, your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing improvements. that you either already have in your building that have become old and need to be upgraded, or if you're doing a new build, obviously, you're building new, it funds those elements, but it will only fund them if they're done in an energy efficient way, right? So that it's in many ways serves as a governor and an incentive to build those better buildings. So what are the benefits? We'll talk first about from a building owner and developer perspective is if you're a property owner, you can get upwards of 100% of your costs financed through CPACE if you're doing an energy efficient improvement. For example, if you had a new HVAC system, or excuse me, if you had an aging HVAC system in your building and if you really wanted to and should put in a new one, you can get the CPACE to finance 100% of it. Now, it's not stated here, but if you're developing a new building, and I won't get into the details of the legislation and the programs, but the program and the legislation limits it from a new development to 35% of a loan to value. Essentially, about a third of your new development costs typically qualify and can be covered by or financed by CPACE funding. So just know that there is that limitation in there. But again, it's the ability to access this capital to do this work. It's a positive cash flow benefit because the repayments are made over a significantly long period of time. Property values are definitely increased because both, they're physically better, they operate more energy efficient, which means at a lower cost, more income, think of it as net operating income from a revenue generating asset. And, then you think of it as assessments go up, tax value. The lien does transfer with the property upon the sale, so that when the building, if a real estate asset was sold, the lien is again, it's attached to the real estate. It's not recourse to the owner of the building. And if it was sold, it automatically transfers with the sale. And if you did have an asset, whether maybe it's an office or something like that that had tenants in it, you do technically have the opportunity to pass through the costs of the financing, but that's more of a unique opportunity, but it does exist.
Don,
As it relates to local municipalities and local governments.
Don, can I ask a quick question on that last one?
Yeah.
You said it transfers upon a sale. What about a foreclosure or bankruptcy?
Well, the foreclosure, if it went through the sort of a foreclosure where, say, there was a mortgage holder, like a primary mortgage holder, and I'll talk about that here in a little bit, is on a foreclosure, it goes to whoever ends up, I'll think of it as ends up owning the real estate. Very often it's the primary mortgage holder, if the primary construction loan, or if post-construction, whoever had the permanent long-term financing on it, that would essentially go to them. Does that answer the question?
Just doesn't come back to the city or the taxpayers.
Correct.
Thanks.
So from a government, local municipality perspective, again, we've already talked about it. It is an economic development tool. The construction that comes with it, it does add jobs. It does improve the building stock. And I mentioned housing here because what I see particularly in the Northwest, because the bulk of the work I do is in the Northwest and the Mountain West, is a lot of municipalities use or builders are accessing CPACE so they can build workforce housing, and the municipalities appreciate it because from a workforce perspective, it's getting that reasonable cost of living and housing for those people who do all the various jobs throughout the community. I just want to mention that that's a very common use. I mentioned the higher property values, leading to higher tax revenues. Again, just to reiterate, there is no government funding that's at risk. Understand too, the municipality gets to establish fees that they charge as part of the program. So the local governments establish what that fee structure is. So to a certain extent, it becomes a revenue source. And to give you an order of, a sense or order of magnitude, is the Idaho programs I've seen to date their fees are 1% of the total capital that's financed. But they cap it at $50,000. So just, every time you do a project, that fee is going to be required as part of the application process. From a public benefit perspective, better buildings, they operate more efficiently and obviously resilient and arguably more healthy. And like I said, there's really, truly minimal administrative burden. And
John, who validates the construction meets the standard of the CPACE program? Does this
That's
involve-
good question. The process is, and well, actually, why don't I just jump to that right here, and I'll answer that when I kind of go through the process here. Is that whoever owns the real estate and the private capital provider, which ourselves, Pace Equity is the company I work for, and I probably should have done a better job at the beginning of introducing myself, but take Pace Equity as the private capital provider. Those two work together. They come to an agreement on the financing, and then we, on behalf of the owner, will prepare an application that we put into the city. As part of that application, prior to that, we have engineers. Well, I should just say the program requires a certified licensed engineer to look at the program, look at what the property owner or developer wants to build or implement, ensure it meets the program, validate that it does meet the energy efficiency requirements required by the legislation, and they put that in as part of the application. So it is validated by a certified licensed engineer. So once that application, and by the way, you can think of this process as similar or akin to a permit process. Nowhere near the volume of the permits that a city gets, but just as a way to think of it or maybe potentially remember it, is it's very similar to that type of a process. So the application is made, the identified program administrator reviews it, ensures it's in compliance with the actual established CPACE program, and then either approves it, or if there's a conditional improvement, sends it back for changes or things that need to be adjusted, and the resubmission happens. Once it's actually approved, then ourselves, the private capital provider, we go through the closing process. We finish all closing documents, ensure they're executed, and make sure they get to the city and that they're actually recorded. And it's not until that point that we actually disperse funds to the property owner or developer, and then they build the project completes, and then once completion happens, think of it as certificate of occupancy. Once the C of O period hits, it's from then. It's at that point, think of that as time zero, when the actual assessment period, or from our perspective, amortization of the capital begins, and those payments are made when taxes are due. So whenever you would typically collect any other sort of type assessment as part of the tax collection process, that's when the actual payment is due. Understand, kind of back to the administrative piece, legislation allows the property owner, or for us as the private capital provider, to directly bill the property owner versus the municipality or county, I guess in this case, having to collect the special assessment and then disperse it back to us. So it removes that administrative burden. There is acknowledgement and awareness that it has been paid, but that does remove that administrative piece. Just a couple things to mention if you want to consider them safeguards. Typically, if you're a building owner and you're just doing a renovation project, well, let me say it this way. If you're an existing building owner and you have a mortgage on the property, or if you're a new developer and you've got primary construction finance lender, those individuals have to actually consent and approved CPACE being part of what we call the capital stack, or the sources of capital on the project. Because as maybe many of you have already kind of figured this out or thought about it, which is the CPACE, as being a voluntary special assessment, is superior from a lien perspective to a mortgage holder. So they just need to understand that that is part of the actual capital, and that the assessment and lien will exist on the asset. The lien itself, they can't accelerate. They're in place for again, typically 30-year period. Again, the local government does not have liability or financial responsibility. It's private capital. And, similar to like a permit process, there are standardized forms that ensure we are complying with the actual legislation and program as established. So in summary, we see CPACE as a win-win tool for the local property owners, for the governments themselves, and the communities. It does truly support modernization, sustainability, economic growth. So our request, from a City Action Council perspective, is that the Sandpoint City Council adopt a resolution to establish a local CPACE program and designate an administrator. And
Thanks,
with
Don.
that, that's the presentation, and I'm happy to field questions.
I've got some, I'm sure some council members do. I'll take the privilege of just asking a couple. The rates on this are you typically, how much above prime in comparison if a lender, an owner wanted to just go to a commercial lender?
Yeah, well, usually by the way, we don't work over prime. We work on the 10-year treasury, just to give you a sense, and there's spreads over the 10-year, and they're usually in the low to mid 300s. So if it just in today's 10-year treasury rates, we're kind of in the low to mid 7%. And it's not as easy as always comparing it directly to a commercial lender, because what matters is ours is non-recourse. So if you're getting recourse lending, you might get it cheaper than us. If you're getting non-recourse, it's going to be significantly more expensive than us. So does that answer the question?
It does. Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Rick.
Hi, Don.
Hi.
It wasn't quite clear to me, why does the city have to be part of this program versus you guys going directly to the commercial real estate owners directly? Help me understand.
Okay, we do go from a business agreement perspective. Think of it that way. We do go directly to the business or to the property owners or the developers, the builders. We go directly to them. But we can't. Our money we only lend through the CPACE program. If a CPACE program is not enabled in a local municipality, again, be it a city or county, we can't operate there. The legislation, while it's statewide, requires a local municipality to opt in and stand up their own program. And what that essentially means is you have a guidebook. It says, hey, these are our local guidelines. And for what it's worth, most municipalities copy and paste from others who have already done it, and they establish their local guidelines. But again, they're all very similar typically. So again, the role of the government is simply to approve applications when they come in, but we can't do it if there's no program. Does that make sense?
It does. And then the second part of that, can you talk a little bit about the skills that this administrator would have to have?
It's primarily just a general understanding of the program, just to make sure all requirements and I'll say documents are part of the application. Because remember, call it the technical part, it's validated by a licensed engineer. So they rely on the licensed engineer and their license to approve and ensure that it meets the energy efficiency type requirements. They are not in any way, shape, or form expected to understand the technical nature of the improvements. It's truly just the program and the required documents that are done, and that they're done in that they're fully complete and comply.
And so there's an engineering review up front as part of the application to go make sure the design and the equipment that's being procured has got the right energy efficiency.
Correct.
Is there a as-built review then? So after construction is done, is there a role the city has to go play to go validate that what was in the design actually got installed?
No, there is not that requirement. No.
And it doesn't fall on the city, and it's not part of the program.
No, it's not required.
Okay, thank you.
Don, I've got a council jump in if you want. I've got a couple other questions. So the administrative fee up to $50,000, that's on the front end that's collected, or is that
correct? When as part of the application.
Wow. Council, I like this from some respects. If you know a little bit about our downtown buildings, many of them have roof or construction elements, HVAC, that make it very expensive or sometimes impractical to restore those buildings to make the upper floors really efficient and rentable for low cost. In some cases, it's critical that they make efficiency improvements to make those upper level locations habitable. So I think anything we can do to make our town more efficient, more environmentally friendly, and support creative economic development strategies and tools like this, we should be supporting. So I don't get to vote, but I would hope you would lend your support to this program.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Pam.
I have quite a few questions. Okay, let me see. Who who picks the program administrator? It's kind of like along your lines.
It sounds like it would be one of our staff members, probably in the planning or building department.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the Idaho legislation requires that if we get approval tonight, we'll bring a resolution to a future council meeting. And the resolution includes the requirement that it says the local government may, I'm sorry, that's not part of the resolution. It does, the legislation says the local government may hire and set compensation of a program administrator or delegate or contract for professional or administrative services. And again, the administration fees are allowed to be recouped through a $500 application fee plus that 1% up to $50,000 fee that is paid at the time that the money is dispersed to the applicant. So the cost of administering this program, let's say we got, I think, a very ambitious, a very high estimate would probably be 2 applications a year.
Right.
The application used by other Idaho cities is 3 pages in length. And it's quite a bit simpler than an application for like a site plan review permit at the city of Sandpoint. So this would be something that a permit tech at the city could administer quite easily because it's a very, very small burden on the administration staff from the city side. Like Don said, all of the review is done by engineers hired by the lender.
Okay. And they're the lender.
Correct.
Yes.
So did you say not on government buildings, so we could not improve the energy efficiency of any government building?
Don, that was a question I actually received before this meeting as well. Are local governments eligible for CPACE funding?
I haven't seen it done because it's an assessment and they don't tax themselves, right? It's not, so I've never seen it done, right? Because they don't tax themselves.
And so you talked about people could increase their rent to pass this fee on, which might make things less affordable.
And can I clarify for that? That's just something that's honestly, it probably only is an opportunity on an office building. That's probably the only place where you'd have tenants. It's not like a multi-family pass through. I want to be clear about that.
This is only eligible for commercial, not residential.
So like built stores only commercial? Is that what you're talking about? Is commercial is like?
Yeah, like one of the commercial.
Like Coachella or?
First Ave, anything on First Ave. Those buildings have
The music conservatory.
the music conservatory. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So you need to put in heating
windows.
and a new roof.
Right. Okay.
Hold
Then
up
they
the
could,
bell.
they could do this. Municipality charges fees. So does the city get money?
Yeah, we would get $500 for the application, and then if it's a $5 million project loan, we would get $50,000.
For every developer who
Applies and
gets
receives
accepted?
1% of their loan.
Is this not going to make a lot of work for staff to
Doesn't
prepare
sound like it.
the guidebook? And that Coeur d'Alene's guidebook is huge.
All right.
It's like I said, what I see other municipalities, because I've looked at their guidebooks, they're all very similar, meaning they take an existing and they just reconfigure it, if you want to use that word, to fit, their local municipality, their city.
Okay, so who would that be in staff?
Probably a permit tech. I'll
Maybe
let
just
Jason.
the Community Planning Development Department would administer the program, and
Your
I'd
department.
work with our permit tech just to process any permits that came in. Again, putting this in the context of our permitting system at the city, where we intake over 150 building permits a year and probably a dozen site plan review permits, subdivision applications. We have a lot of permitting review that we do.
This
is a financing program that we would begin to promote in our pre-application meetings with, interested developers or property owners that are looking to renovate their old buildings in San Jose. Are you aware that we're part of the CPACE program? You might be eligible for a, lower than market interest rate through this program if you do green energy improvements to your building.
Yeah,
So we would actively promote this program because it's a win. As Don
Gotcha.
said, it's a win-win for us.
Okay.
We would be seeking applications for this program because we get to take a share of the loan that they receive. It could be a revenue
And
generator for them.
Just to
understand more thing.
clarify,
They
maybe
do
not-
like the energy.
Maybe not lower than market interest rate, but something that allows them to amortize that over
Okay.
30 years and assess it against the property. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Deb.
I just have one question. If, let's say for whatever reason, this doesn't work out for us, we don't have any planning permit techs. Um, i- just because we start the program doesn't mean we can't end the program, correct? The same
Correct.
as anything else we do.
Okay,
Correct.
all right.
And we may never get an application for the program either. This is one of the,
Okay.
this is an economic development
So it doesn't
initiative that
cost
we're
the city anything.
hoping we get applications for,
Okay.
because it would mean that we'd see green investment in our
I
community.
do like green investment in the community. Doesn't cost the city anything. Okay, so
So a little bit of time up front to get the paper, the program put together, the books, and that's it.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Go.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to this. I'm definitely going to look into it a lot more. But I don't, if I'm reading this action item right now, it's a direction for staff to prepare a resolution and a program guidebook. And at this point, I think we've had enough distractions. And so I would move to postpone this item until after the commercial A zoning revisions are complete.
At a motion?
Yes.
I think that's a good idea. I would second that.
Motion by Kyle, second by Pam to postpone until completion of the commercial A zoning. Is that, did I get you right?
Yep.
Any discussion?
Are we allowed to ask staff at this moment, or
Discussion, sure.
do you see any benefit to waiting, or is there any?
I mean, this is a completely different thing than writing code. This is a economic development program. We have the planning department. I have community development, economic development responsibilities. This will place zero burden on Bill, who's working on a commercial A. He has absolutely no idea what this program's about. He's not been involved in this at all. So I don't see a benefit in the effort of advancing our code work around historic preservation and commercial A and postponing this in the slightest bit.
Is your concern, Councilman Schreiber, that, or you want to look into this more for yourself?
It's concerned that we've had several distracting projects come up for the last 2 years, actually. I remember Councilman Welker expressing frustration that the waterfront design competition didn't produce anything actionable in our downtown, which is really the only thing that our constituents wanted. And over the last 2 years, we've seen no progress on that, despite there being several projects coming out of the CPD department. So I would like them to focus on what the public has asked them for rather than these projects that nobody asked for.
Any other council discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Rick.
Councilman Schreiber, just to help me clarify, your motion is to postpone this. Is it to postpone the decision on whether or not we adopt this program? Is that just so clarity? Is that what you're saying?
Postponing the direction to staff to
Okay.
pursue the developing the resolution and the guidebook, which is going to take staff time. And I think staff should focus on the needs of the community right now.
With all due respect, Councilwoman Schreiber, I don't see the creation of a resolution and effectively copying a guidebook and doing a word exchange from Coeur d'Alene to Sandpoint as a huge burden.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
As Jason mentioned, he's got a planning department with multiple planners. I would say this, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. So council's discussion.
Thank you.
Any other council discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
You postpone, Mr. Mayor?
This is a roll call vote to postpone.
Counselor Duquette?
Oh, no.
Counselor Spiro?
I think it's important. Sorry, I didn't get to say this in discussion, but with the fires downtown and everything, I can see this as a good opportunity to keep downtown safe, and it is part of what the community wants. We want a safer downtown, so I'm going to vote no.
Counselor Schreiber?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
No.
Counselor Howarth?
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
Is there a motion to go the other way and have staff proceed with creation of a resolution and a guidebook for your consideration in the future?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deb, second by Rick. Discussion?
So I would ask again, this would not be a burden on staff on top of everything else that we're doing to make this resolution and guidebook. That would be in your department? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The establishment of the program I intend to do, along with a lot of other things I do at the city. And then we would work with our permit tech to get her trained in taking these permit applications.
Is that
if or
Rachel?
when they come in?
Is that Rachel?
No, her name's Jessica.
Oh, I do not know that one, I guess.
Come on in, we'll introduce you.
So many people. I just really like the energy efficiency promise for our old buildings, I guess. Okay, thanks. That was my question.
Any other discussion? If not, it'll be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule?
Yes.
Counselor Duquette?
Yes.
Counselor Howard?
Yes.
Counselor Spiro?
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber?
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
All right. Now we're going to just jump back to item number 4 that was pulled from the consent agenda, proposed resolution, local highway technical assistance, LTAC, by 2026 small urban grant program for improvements on First Ave and Bridge Street. Holly or Eric and Rachel. Councilwoman Schreiber, did you want them to give a presentation or did you have specific questions or?
They indicated they have a presentation. I'm willing to listen to it.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, I think it's Councilman Schreiber.
What did I call him?
Councilwoman a couple times.
We've done that like 3 times. It's just
Sorry, no offense meant. I
He's called me
apologize.
Madam President, I don't mind the.
By the way, while they're setting up, does anyone mind during casual-ish council meetings if I just call you Pam, Kyle?
doesn't bother me any,
that- does any-
because you've called me
that-
councilman before also.
I know, well, it's just an extra thing to think about.
As long as it's good with the city clerk.
I go with first names anyways.
Excellent.
Your movie.
Okay. So there we go. This last agenda item is another LTAC application submittal. This is for a different program for the 2026 Small Urban Grant Program. And this is for improvements on First Avenue and the intersection at First Avenue, Bridge Street and Bridge Street. The Small Urban Fund can be used for new construction, reconstruction, or rehabilitation on urban arterials and collector roads. So they have to be classed, those roads, which is First Avenue. Development or updates to a transportation plan encompassing the entire urban area. So that happened in the 2024 Sandpoint Urban Area Transportation Plan. That includes Kootenai, portion of Bonner County, Dover, and Ponderay, as well as Sandpoint. So this whole area. Some of the key funding requirements is that we can request up to 30 million for construction and construction engineering. It does have a 7% or 7.34% local match requirement. They cannot be used as match for other grants. And then there are the same federal requirements that it's Build America, Buy America, Davis-Bacon, Fair Housing Act, environmental assessments, and federal design, procurement, and documentation.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Joel.
You said 30 million, but it says 3 million. I thought I heard.
Did I say 30? I'm sorry.
I
3.
heard that. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I'm not going to admit that I need glasses, but
No,
I could have
that's
said
want to make
30. I can't. So for this specific project, which one do we do? For Sandpoint area, the First and Bridge short-term concept was ranked the second highest in the entire plan for the entire area. It was also ranked the highest for Sandpoint. This was estimated about 1.4. We can go up. We have a cost estimate of 1.4 and 1.8 with today and the additional federal requirements. But we do have up to 3 million, but we would actually shoot for this range here as we're getting the cost assessment pulled together. This project is specifically going to be for construction costs for that intersection, First and Bridge and Church Street. The design phase of that would actually is going to be a part of the downtown Phase 3 project. So this is specifically for construction costs. This would allow us to bolster the Phase 3 project and further our SURA funds. So this was the concept that was listed in the multimodal plan as well as the 2024 urban transportation plan. This is the short-term concept. This is what we would build from, but we would actually have the long-term alternative for ped and bike as a part of the Phase 3 design. The scope of this project is really focusing on from the 2012 Downtown Street Design Guide, which has the right turn only onto First Avenue from Bridge to reduce the traffic there and crash. I can't think of the word. Conflicts. Thank you. As well as promote and service for active transportation users for ped and bike as well, or also spot bus. This grant application process, the submission date is on January 8th. It goes through a review process and through the state and federal review, it gets put on their budget. We would see an agreement in February, March of 2027. And that's when we would come back to council with that information for that agreement and the scope of the work for that project. And then the way it works is they fund them in different program years. So we did have a meeting with the project manager for this, or program manager for this program, and they were saying that with our range for the budget, we would likely see funding in the winter, or we know about funding, and we could request reimbursement for funding in 2029. So it is a grant that is a reimbursement. So the city would pay for the project, which we are, and then we could request funds back. So the request is to authorize us to submit a grant. We did just say up to the project limit, but it would be for between 1.4 and 1.8.
Council, do you have any questions for Rachel or Eric or Holly?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Pam.
could you go back to that picture of the arrows pointing where you go? I can't remember what it was.
Oh, the 2012 downtown street design?
Yes, I think so. Nope. Yep. So if I'm driving north in that middle lane, where am I going?
Yeah, just to clarify, this comes from that. This is not the design that we would use. We're obviously going through on Phase 3 of the downtown design. We'll incorporate this, but this was from back in the day when they put these stacking these priorities together. This is what we had at that time. So our design for this area, it's my understanding, will actually be our Phase 3 design, and you're going to be involved in that.
So this is
Do I have that
not
right?
it.
And Councilor Duquette, this is a short-term concept from the multimodal transportation plan, and this is the concept that the urban area transportation plan considered in the ranking. The ultimate design would likely be slightly different than this, but have the general spirit. And by general spirit, I mean eliminating left-hand turns onto First Avenue from Bridge Street is the primary goal here. So it's kind of rerouting that traffic pattern, minimizing some of the intersection concerns, safety concerns, particularly, in the busy summer months with folks coming in and out of City Beach. And Rachel said it, but I'll just kind of reiterate since it's getting a little late. This is being designed currently, or will be designed currently under the contract that council awarded to Welch Comer recently. This grant just bolsters our funding for the downtown Phase 3 project. So this is is underway. Design's underway currently. We just got awarded a couple weeks ago, but we're in the beginning stages of that. This just gives us a bit more money in our pot, which could allow us to get down to Lake Street if our funding is looking like it's going to be a little bit short or something like that.
So this picture is old.
Yes.
This is from 2019 or 2020 when the multimodal transportation plan was adopted. But we would be, as throughout the design process, this the updated version of this design would be coming before you all.
Because it's not a right turn only going north on First.
So not today.
Okay. No, but is it going to be a right turn only?
Well, we're going to go through design, highly unlikely.
The north-south travel on First would remain, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, because that's what's confusing. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Rick.
Rachel, quick question. For our Phase 3 revitalization, we're planning on using SURA dollars to support that. The reimbursement you highlight, I think, is in 2029. Doesn't SURA end in 2029?
That is correct. And we're outlining that time frame because it's at the beginning or the end. But when we had the conversation, if we do construct, we have a year before. How do I explain that?
If the project is funded via LTAC for their fiscal year of 2029, we could construct our project in 2028 and then be reimbursed by them the following year. So it just our project has to occur pretty much 12 months and no sooner than 12 months in advance of their funding year, if that makes sense.
That point makes a lot of sense to me. My question is, okay, if we get refunded in 2029 and it's SURA dollars that we're going to refund and SURA is ending in 2029, where does the refund go?
That's a good question, Councilor Rick. It would go either one of two places. One, if we're the sponsor of the project, it potentially could come back to us. If not, it would go to SURA. And if they're the entity, they can either spend it or they can redistribute it to the taxing entities that they collected it from.
Okay. So it may, in the end, it may not come back to us. It may get distributed other ways. Okay. Thank you.
Any other council questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks. I was looking at some of the specifics of this grant, and it looks like only one application may be submitted per small urban area annually, right? So by us receiving this grant, that means no one else in our area can get any funding through this grant program?
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort. So we have BCAT, which is the area group that meets and did this work. And so we recently went to the meeting and let them know that we were applying for it. Nobody else was applying for it. And we're asking for a letter of support. So it would be within our group application to do that.
Sure, got it. It just seems to me that, this type of funding would be best spent if we were using it for something that benefited more than just one jurisdiction, which this is entirely within ours. And so thinking about other places that might benefit from this, I was looking at the rankings and, I don't necessarily agree with how those rankings were made, but something struck out to me, and that was that the division project, which we're already moving forward with to some extent, and we're looking for more funding for, it says that it's dependent on the Baldy extension to complete because we can't get the trucks off of Division until we get an alternate route set up. And it also occurred to me that, everybody west of Sandpoint in the unincorporated county would also benefit from a Baldy extension. So it seemed to me that might be a better use of this funding. I'm definitely getting concerned about the scope of this project. As it's already been pointed out, we were told that Sura has plenty of money for this, and now we're going out to get grants for it. We've already, committed $750,000 for streetscape design, $250,000 for accessories, another $500,000 over on Superior. Now we're talking $1.8 million for this intersection just for a temporary fix. So, I think that we should consider, since this is a grant that's designed to benefit everyone in the urban area, that we redirect this funding to that Baldy extension instead.
Yeah, just to be clear, can you clarify what you call that a temporary design? I'm not clear.
So it says right there, short-term concept.
Right. So I think you're misunderstanding the process and the application components. We apply based on, and when you make an application, you have to say that you have some concept and thoughts of what you're doing. So we're using what we have today, which is this older concept. This is not what is going to happen here. What's going to happen here is the phase 3 design, and we will then say, whoops, or not whoops, we have a refined design now. I doubt it'll look like this, and we will use our phase 3 design for the work if we're awarded for this grant.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, we do also have a long-term concept in the multimodal transportation plan, and the long-term concept is the one that eliminates north-south access along First Avenue, and that's the one we chose not to proceed with based on previous council discussion, conversation, et cetera. So like Mr. Mayor said, the short-term concept is only a name in the multimodal transportation plan. It is by no means a short-term improvement. This is the improvement.
Yeah, and just to follow up real quickly, Kyle as well. So BCAT, it is a collaborative effort, and in years past, they've gone for projects and we've given letters of support. I think what staff is explaining is we went to BCAT. This is the grant opportunity for a variety of reasons. Maybe they don't have the match, maybe they don't have any way to fund a project. There was no one else going for this money, and we said we'd like to go for it, and we will seek a letter from support from them. And Holly can speak further on that.
Just to add on here, this is a grant opportunity. We're requesting to apply for the grant. There are a lot of things to work out, the reimbursement, for example. We saw this as an opportunity to free up some of our SURA dollars. We've heard from council that they're interested in stormwater improvements at Farman's Landing. We've heard other projects that they're interested in. So how we use this funding could be to support downtown revitalization to get further south, or if we freed up this 1.4 million, we could reuse those SURA dollars for the stormwater improvements. So it's not necessarily compounding and adding to the downtown revitalization project. We could stretch that further south, or we could have other conversations about uses of those funds. So it's just an opportunity. We can come back when we're ready to accept when we will come back when we're ready to accept the award and have a better idea of what that might look like. This just opens opportunity.
Yeah, I'd describe it as leveraging the dollars we have, supplementing the dollars we're committing so we can use those dollars elsewhere. I think that's the best way to.
So if I understood you correctly, the ranking system that they used when they said, yes, you should go after this grant for this, was for a design that we're not actually going to use.
The specific design, the area, correct, the specific design, we are actually, this is conceptual. We're actually going into the actual design of this in phase 3. So phase 3 will actually design this intersection.
We're just using this to leverage to get the grant.
Right.
And I think important pieces, concept, fuzzy, the fact that we've got even dimensions on here, it's really misleading. We're pie in the sky. What this concept is trying to accomplish is keeping north-south connectivity on First Avenue while eliminating our conflicts that we have from traffic moving from Bridge Street to First Avenue. And this is supporting a right-in scenario off of, or sorry, right out scenario off of Bridge Street to First Ave. So conceptually, that's what we're moving forward with, is an intersection improvement to accomplish those transportation goals.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, Kyle, this will, if we're lucky enough to get the grant, it'll get us more money to do great things downtown.
I thought we had plenty of money downtown.
Well, there's never enough money.
That's not what you said when we approved the
No,
other grant.
I'm saying there's never enough money, but what I mean by that is that there's enough money to do the project. But we're making choices, as you know, when we choose First Ave with those SUR dollars. If this could potentially backfill $3 million of that SUR dollars, we would have those $3 million SUR dollars to go to other priorities.
Yeah, and we could use this $3 million to move forward the Baldy extension, which would then allow us to move forward with the division project. So we do have to make choices, and we're choosing to put all of our money into a vanity project downtown rather than working on other projects that could benefit the greater community.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Pam.
Holly, are you saying if you got that grant, we could use it for something else besides this downtown piece?
So we're two pockets of money. This funding is available for projects on our UATP. This is the second ranked project. The number one project is already completed. So we go to number two, it's the Bridge and First project. So that grant funding that we're seeking would go to this intersection.
Has to.
If we decided this is an option that the city would have, we've got a lot to work out. We could use that savings, that 1.4 million, continue to put that to downtown revitalization, maybe, and get further south. Maybe we don't even need to do that. We could take that SUR dollars, pull it from the downtown revitalization project, and put it into another downtown project, maybe a stormwater improvement at Farmans Park.
Maybe a carousel.
Gunnings Alley, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
So
So,
put that in the paper.
Mr. Mayor.
Go.
So Amir and the counselor want this to go towards the Baldy. This money can't.
The Baldy project didn't even rank on the UAT.
But let's say it did.
It
for,
did.
For argument's sake.
It was third, I believe. It's in the sheet that you attached to the.
Get that.
Yeah, there's two rankings. So there's like the 32 projects, there's for the whole area, and then they have a ranking for within Sandpoint. So it gets ranked in like Sandpoint, but I'm not sure what I can tell you the number here in a second if it was
It's on
ranked
your-
that. Did you see it?
That sheet is in the packet
Right.
somewhere.
So
That's not the one.
let's say there's a debate up here, hypothetically, and half want to go to the Baldy, half want what you're asking. Let's say the majority wants the Baldy situation. Could you walk us through what the possibility of that looks like with this grant opportunity?
With this grant opportunity, we would just be talking about a design effort. Construction, we wouldn't be able to get very far in construction. We'd be able to get a considerable way through design, maybe to a 60% design plan set.
60 or 16?
60. It's a really big transportation project. So we have a project that we could put on the shelf, and we'd use that in the future to leverage other grants.
And also SURA funding, Northern District.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what our options
Yeah,
would
me
be.
too.
But the SURA dollars that are applied to phase 3 cannot be used on the Baldy because they're in two different districts.
We've got two SURA districts.
Yes.
There's a Northern District that the Baldy project is within the bounds of.
Yeah, so any if we got this grant and any SURA dollars that we saved because we got the grant, we couldn't take those SURA dollars and apply them to Baldy because they're two different SURA districts.
If we used it, yeah, exactly. So the
Okay.
downtown SURA's got to stay in that downtown.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Um,
Councilman Schreiber, I'm trying to understand what let's say what you're proposing.
Mhm.
If you don't mind, like, you're saying we don't go for this grant at all? Or you think
Yeah,
that it
we've
could
been
be?
operating under the assumption that we had plenty of money for this project up until just now. And I think that there are other projects elsewhere in our system that need a lot of work. The Baldy and Boyer intersection is also rated very poorly, and I think it would benefit all of the new development up there to have a new extension. I was recently at Super One and I watched traffic gridlock into the roundabout at Boyer and Larch because everybody from the north was coming through Larch to get to Fifth. So as that area up north moves, continues to build out, that intersection is just going to get worse and worse, and the pedestrian safety at that intersection is going to get worse. The pedestrian safety along Boyer is going to get worse. And so this is the Baldy extension is a multi-year project, and we can kick it down the road and start it 10 years from now. And then it'll be, your kid's problem, or we can start it now and we might actually have it done in time to make a difference for all this new development that's happening up there. We already have a lot of money that's put towards downtown. Let's not put all of our eggs in one basket.
Two
Mr.
things
Mayor.
real quick.
Go ahead, Joel.
One, I personally don't hear that we're doing this because we are needing the money. I'm hearing like, hey, we have an opportunity to just leverage extra money over here, to be fair. Two, and maybe we can wait on this, but what would be the process then of the ranking option to go towards Councilman Schreiber's talking about?
It looks like Rachel's pulling it up on the screen. So do we have a ranking for the Baldy project?
So the Baldy project, the Baldy project here is at 15. That one is ranked out of the 32 projects. But for the highest priority, the final ranking, the Baldy project was not, but the division was ranked at 3.
And the division can only move forward after we've done Baldy.
Right.
So if we wait on Baldy, we have to wait on division as well. And that was ranked 3.
So how does this affect what you're proposing? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think what we'd be risking is a less strong grant application. So the people who are going to be reviewing this grant, a lot of times they like to see infrastructure in the ground. When we're looking at that Baldy project, we don't have a lot of funding to support it. We do have that urban area or that district that could support more of that design. So we could get further in design, but we don't have construction funding. So while this grant, I believe, does support design work, that's kind of one knock against us, that we don't have immediate construction in the ground anytime soon. The other thing they're looking for is projects in the urban area that everyone's agreed to. And I think we'd be really challenged in that the whole urban area did not rank the Baldy project highly. And we've got many other priorities before the Baldy project. So it would just be a less strong grant application.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask who ranks? Who is the ranking group?
So this happened during the urban area transportation plan went through and was adopted in 2024. So at that time, Sandpoint was working on that project with folks from Ponderay, Kootenai. We had an engineering firm, AECom, was leading that effort. So all the folks in the urban area that Rachel mentioned earlier, Bonner County, those were the communities that helped perform that ranking.
So they think that the Bridge Street first is more important to them too than the Baldy
Yes.
division?
It's why it ranked
Interesting.
2. And I don't have more background on the discussions, but that was the outcome.
And there's a point I want to just put on the table here, which is, we do have enough money to do phase 3. Just to clarify, this would free up SUR dollars downtown. And the point I want to make is we have very few ways of actually affecting the tax burden on our residents. One of the most powerful ways we can reduce household property taxes is by having our commercial property worth more. The more our downtown is worth as a valuation, it absorbs more of our city budget, which makes the tax burden on all of our homes go down. So if we had a crash and our downtown was worth nothing, the residents would have to pay our whole city property tax budget, basically. So the more valuable downtown is, from a valuation and tax perspective, the lower our residential property taxes are. And by potentially having an extra $1.8 million that we're not spending on phase three, that gives us the ability collectively on the council to put that money towards other downtown revitalization projects that are going to benefit circulation, valuations, attractiveness, community spaces, public spaces, infrastructure. So I would hope we could move forward with this application and we may not get it. I mean, it's competitive.
One more question.
Go ahead, Pam.
We can use it for the stormwater
If
at Farmans.
if we had a backfill, if this grant were approved, and we could offset the dollars we're planning to spend from SURA, so the Southern District for phase three, that'd free up 1.3 million. You all get to direct SURA on where that money's
We
going to go.
might decide that we want to bring
Stormwater.
the stormwater
Yeah.
like we have planned for a long time down there.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the grant.
There's a motion by Deb. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Joel. Any discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say, Councilman Schreiber, you have really good ideas quite often. I still think that's something we can pursue and should, as we move forward these, at least I'll be here for 4 more years. You'll be here for 2 more years. I think that's something we should look at that opportunity with the Northern Surrey District. And I think we can pursue that and do this, but I just want to be clear, I respect your thoughts and ideas.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Deb.
I would just like to concur with Councilman Aspiro.
Yep.
I will concur as well.
Agreed.
This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
No.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
We have one final item. I believe, is Cheryl still here? Cheryl, are we doing the recognition?
It's not on
Yes,
yet.
no? Okay. We will do that in
Playing,
January.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Don't move.
So moved.
Meeting adjourned at 10:01.
Playing, man.
Motion.